All right, good evening. It is 6:06 on the 21st of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David-Reimer. I mentioned this morning that the forecast for today was going to be complicated and that there would be surprises, but I will be honest, I did not expect there to be three clusters of severe storms underway by 6 p.m., and for those clusters, or at least two of them, to be located in the hill country and moving into the northern Brazos Valley. Goes without saying, the forecast for today has been one more that we would associate with the nowcast. Pretty much look out the window and throw the weather models into the trash can. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over what we have going on right now, what we think is going to happen over the next few hours, and then we're just going to be here for a while, keeping an eye on things. As a whole, we are dealing with three clusters of storms at this point. One, again, southeastern North Texas that produced an 82-mile-an-hour wind gust in Corsicana a bit earlier. That's moving southeast right down Interstate 45 towards the eastern Brazos Valley. We've got a cluster of severe storms in the hill country progressing southeast towards south central Texas. And we've got isolated supercell thunderstorms in the Texas Panhandle that are throwing out some big hail, and that may become a cluster of severe storms a bit later tonight. So again, let's go over first what we have in the severe weather watch department. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm watches now and a tornado watch. I'm going to press some buttons here and we are going to get that loaded up. I guess that the chat window's not going to work. We'll just switch back to this for now. It's going to be severe thunderstorm watches and a tornado watch. We'll go over them individually here. Tornado watch is going to be through 10 p.m. this evening for the eastern Texas Panhandle. That's where we have storms ongoing right now. And again, we'll probably see more watches issued with that. And this is in association with a couple supercells in the eastern Texas Panhandle. We have two recently issued severe thunderstorm watches. And I will not lie to you, this was about as expected as me growing back hair this afternoon. This activity right now, at least in southeastern North Texas. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in southeastern North Texas, the Brazos Valley to southeast Texas, including the city of Houston. This severe thunderstorm watch back further west across central Texas, the hill country, and south central Texas was just issued. That goes through 11 o'clock. So again, both these severe thunderstorm watches pretty much from Uvalde all the way through San Antonio, Austin, Bryan College Station, Sealy, Brenham, Mexia, Brazos Valley, back up to Palestine, Crockett, Huntsville, Willis, Spring, the city of Houston, over to Liberty and Livingston. These are severe thunderstorm watches through 11 p.m. this evening. And again, severe thunderstorm watches means conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail up to the size of tennis balls and damaging straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. And then obviously tornado watch, add all of the above, except we're going to be talking about softball size hail, winds of 80 miles an hour, and the potential for a few tornadoes. All right, let's load this loop back. And again, let's just talk about these clusters individually. We'll start with the easternmost. This cluster of severe storms originated back up in Denton in Cook counties a few hours ago. It was sparked off by a gravity wave, which is, I'm not going to get into the scientific nerdy wordyisms here, but just think of it as a sort of boundary that helps provide just a wee bit of lift in the atmosphere. And that was generated by a complex of storms overnight this morning in Kansas and Oklahoma that moved south of the Red River and was able to break through the cap and help spark off those storms. And once the storms got going, there's not really anything to kill them off. I mean, it's hotter than a hot dog. It's more humid than, you pick your favorite idiom, but it is hot and humid and sticky. And again, all that instability combined with just a wee bit of upper level wind shear allows these things to organize a bit. And with northwesterly winds aloft, that's helping push these storms to the southeast. Again, so we do have a complex now of severe storms located from near just west of Palestine to Fairfield to Mexia on Highway 84. These are moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, produced a 82-mile-an-hour wind gust in Corsicana a bit earlier, and these storms, again, moving southeast, right down Interstate 45 at about 35 to 45 miles an hour. And again, you can see we have a couple storms trying to fire up even further southeast towards Madisonville and Huntsville. And again, these storms probably going to keep on going for quite a while. They honestly may make it to the coast. Weather models no idea what's going on right now. High resolution models, all that, they have no idea what's going on, which is kind of to be expected in the summertime environment, but that's where you just have to pick intuition and experience. And again, in all likelihood, given the fact we have a couple more hours of daylight, the fact it is so unstable and summer-like all the way down to the coast, these storms probably are going to make it to the coast this evening. The potential for damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to ping-pong ball size hail, heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning. So again, if these continue, these may impact places like Madisonville, Huntsville, Conroe, Spring, the city of Houston, Livingston, maybe even Galveston and parts of the upper Texas coast in several hours. So again, moving southeast, there we go. We have a cluster of storms that have organized from near Llano to Fredericksburg to Kerrville. I'm going to knock this loop back to 1 hour. Llano to Fredericksburg to Kerrville, back southwest to north of Uvalde. These are generally moving, east, southeast at about 35 miles an hour, capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, a copious amount of cloud to ground lightning. And again, we're going to keep an eye on this storm around Llano. It's starting to show a bit of supercellular characteristics and a mid-level mesocyclone, which could throw out some strong damaging winds. Can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado, but again, with temperatures so warm, cloud bases should be high enough to prevent too much mischief, but at the same time, we'll have to watch it. And then up here into the eastern Texas panhandle, we have a few slow-moving supercellular thunderstorms capable of golf ball to tennis ball size hail right now. Storm number 1 is north of Stinnett. Storm number 2, which is more like a kind of a little cluster of supercells, on 287 southeast of Amarillo around Claude, Interstate 40 around Groom, and then just southeast of Panhandle. And these storms, for the most part, are moving extremely slowly right now. But this one near Claude, kind of moving towards Clarendon, is starting to move towards the southeast. The potential for baseball-size hail now. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. And again, with a tornado watch in place, we're going to have to keep an eye on things. Speaking of which, we actually have a tornado warning now for Texas County, Oklahoma, which is going to be this cell near Eva, northwest of Guyman here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Let me go ahead. We'll switch over to the high-res the high-res radar. See it press a couple buttons here. And again, they just put a tornado warning out on this storm near Eva, Oklahoma, moving south-southeast towards Texhoma. If that continues, that could be an issue for the northern Texas Panhandle. Supercell near Stinnett, moving slowly southeast, 10 miles an hour. This could have tennis ball to baseball size hail and is being monitored for increasing indications of low-level rotation. We've got this cluster of severe storms, maybe the beginning of our complex of storms tonight. Near Groom to Claude, this has a history of producing baseball-size hail now, could be producing baseball to softball size, and also is showing some indications of low-level rotation on a outflow boundary a couple miles south of the precipitation core. That may end up trying to be what we call a lance-bound tornado. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. And then again, as we head further southeast, we've got this cluster of storms in the hill country. These generally, again, moving east-southeast now at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight-line winds. In fact, a very nasty damaging straight-line wind signature southeast of Fredericksburg now. Moving towards portions of Kendall, Blanco, and Comal counties. These could be straight-line winds in excess of 70 to 75 miles an hour. Generally, again, moving east-southeast. This may bring very strong damaging winds to Blanco here in the next 30 minutes with the potential for wind-driven hail as well. And then across portions of eastern, southeastern North Texas, the northeastern Brazos Valley, we're dealing with thunderstorms capable of producing 60, 70, 75 mile an hour winds. You can see a pretty nasty straight line wind signature just southeast of Fairfield now. And these storms moving to the southeast, closer to 45 miles an hour. And again, you can see severe thunderstorm warning, Elkhart, Buffalo, Oakwood, Hewitt, Centerville, Normandy, just north of Madisonville. And again, these could also have some quarter-size hail. No doubt Interstate 45 is not particularly pleasant to drive on right now. So again, in terms of damaging winds, cluster of storms in southeastern North Texas, moving in northeastern Brazos Valley, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, the potential for winds over 70 miles an hour. Cluster of severe storms with the potential for golf ball size hail near Llano to Fredericksburg to north of Bernie, back to north of Uvalde. These storms moving east-southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Bit of a area of rotation near Llano, and that heavy hail core could have hail larger than the size of golf balls. And again, we're going to have to keep an eye on all these storms this evening as they continue moving southeast, east-southeast. Model's obviously not doing great today with the overall initialization parameters. They obviously did not show much like this. But once storms got going, there's no real mechanism to kill them for a while. So we're going to be dealing with these storms for quite a while. The potential for damaging straight-line winds and hail, heavy rain as they continue moving east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. I'll load this loop again. And again, you can see that cluster in southeastern North Texas moving southeast, cluster in the hill country generally moving off to the east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour for both clusters. Storms in the Oklahoma and Texas Panhandle, these are our more isolated, intense supercell storms capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and a tornado threat. Example, the storm west of Guyman near Eva, Oklahoma. Our first tornado warning of the day in the Oklahoma Panhandle. I would not be surprised at all if we end up having tornado warnings across portions of the Texas Panhandle at some point in the next few hours. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on things, and we're going to do so this evening. Again, main issue with these storms across the hill country, northern Edwards Plateau into central Texas, southeastern North Texas into northern Brazos Valley, going to be damaging straight line winds 70 to 80 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, but the wind is definitely going to be the biggest issue this evening with these storms in, well, central portions of Texas as they continue moving southeast or east-southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. And again, I'm not saying the forecast was good. I told you this morning this was going to be a hard forecast and to stay weather aware. I will admit, this was not on my list of things to expect. The complex of storms that fired up around the Metroplex earlier was caused by a outflow boundary or gravity wave. I won't go into the nuances of mesoscale meteorology right now, but both are capable of acting as localized sources of lift, and in a very volatile, unstable environment, obviously that was enough to fire up some storms right along the Red River earlier in Texoma. And once those got going, they started moving southeast, and there you go. Lots of wind, plenty of hail. My bouncy ball just went bouncing across the office, and with that, we're still watching what we expected to be the main round of storms this evening in the Panhandle. Now, exactly what's going to happen now that we've got this activity further southeast, that's a good question, but I still expect these storms in the eastern Panhandle probably to bring a damaging wind threat to northwest Texas into portions of the Big Country and western North Texas several hours from now. All right, it sounds like we're going to need to focus on this storm near Llano that is trying to become a little more problematic in the spinny, doom department. So as we start triaging some of these storms, please remember that we do focus on the most life-threatening, intense storms. And for that reason, we now need to focus on this tornado warning that has been issued for portions of Llano County here in the Hill Country. This is going to be a tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. for central Llano County. At 6:19 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near the city of Llano, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include the city of Llano, Buchanan Dam, Kingsland, Oxford. So again, this is a tornado warning for Llano County until 6:45 p.m. in the hill country of central Texas. A tornado warning means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab some hard sole shoes that you can use in case you end up having broken glass from either wind, hail, tornado. And that way you won't be walking on any sort of damage with bare feet or, sandals that stuff can go through. And of course, we also want folks to grab a helmet in case of flying debris. So again, pretty good little low-level circulation is developed in association with this intense thunderstorm near the city of Llano. It's going to be winds moving towards the radar in Granger at about 75 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 30 to 35. So again, certainly a circulation that is capable of producing enhanced damaging straight-line winds and the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. I want to make it abundantly clear, if there is a tornado here, you are not going to see it. It is wrapped in rain, wind, and hail. So please do not attempt to go outside and look for this, because the only way you're probably going to see it is if it lost a 2x4 at you. We don't need anyone getting hurt or killed from, severe storms. We unfortunately dealt with that last week in Perryton. We had 3 killed, over 100 injured, hundreds of structures destroyed, and then later that night we had the derecho and the Arklatex in eastern North Texas and East Texas that ended up knocking down thousands of trees, ended up producing hundreds of thousands of power outages that they're still trying to get back up in this deadly heat. So again, this is going to be a situation where we want you to take our word and just take shelter. I get it. You want to go outside and look, but I promise you, you're not going to see a tornado. The only thing you're going to see is probably what looks like a big old curtain of rain. All right, we've got a confirmed tornado now in the Texas Panhandle, apparently, so we got busy. All right, that's not what I wanted to press. So this is going to be a tornado warning now for Armstrong County. We've got a confirmed tornado near Claude. That'll pop up here in just a second, but again, we've got a tornado warning now near Claude. I'm going to assume it is for this little circulation right there, but again, a tornado warning for Armstrong County for a confirmed tornado 10 miles south of Claude on Highway 207. This is going to be moving southeast at about 10 miles an hour. So again, this is going to be over fairly rural areas, but again, a confirmed tornado now about 10 miles south of Claude on Highway 207. Tornado warning will pop up here in just a second. They're taking a little while to pop up today, but you can see that small circulation right there. It's going to be a confirmed tornado. Again, land spout, supercellular, doesn't really matter. We got winds moving away from the Amarillo radar about 40, winds moving towards it about 30. So again, that's going to be a confirmed tornado, apparently, from a land spout tornado, which makes sense, from this severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado about 10 miles south of Claude. We probably have baseball-sized hail on 287 around Claude, and southeast of Claude on 287 northwest of Clarendon. And again, that storm moving east-southeast at about 10 miles an hour. These storms in the Panhandle are not moving quickly. We're going to have to keep an eye on this thunderstorm near Stinnett, the potential for golf ball to baseball-sized hail as it moves south at a whole 6 miles an hour near Pringle. And again, those of you in Stinnett, 152 west of Stinnett, 152 along and south of Stinnett, and on 207, ironically, baseball-sized hail, that storm's going to need to be watched for the potential of becoming a spinny, doom problem. And again, the other tornado warning we're dealing with is this very strong circulation just southeast of the city of Llano in Llano County here in the Hill Country. This is a tornado warning for those of you in Llano County. You need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, even if we don't have a tornado here, we likely have straight line winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour in this rear flank downdraft. This is not your typical looking supercell. This is more of a complex situation than that. So again, what we're dealing with, 2 tornado warnings. 1, landspout tornado in progress on 207, 10 miles south of Claude in Armstrong County up in the Panhandle. That's in the middle of nowhere. 2, possible rain-wrapped tornado about 5 to 6 miles south-southeast of Llano here in Llano County in the Hill Country. This thunderstorm is also capable of producing wind-driven golf ball-sized hail, the potential of 80 to 100 mile-an-hour straight-line winds. And this storm is moving to the southeast or east at 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Llano east on 29 to Buchanan Dam, southeast on 71 to Kingsland, Sunrise Beach Village. We'll just say Granite Shoals for safety. Need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room. Away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab some hard sole shoes and a helmet. And again, we've got other severe storms ongoing right now, and I understand now. We've got this cluster of nasty storms here near Buffalo up to Oakwood to Palestine, I-45 from Fairfield down to Buffalo. These storms have a history of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds in Corsicana earlier. Radar still showing extremely high winds aloft. This could easily still be producing hurricane-force straight-line winds as it travels southeast from Fairfield to Oakwood to Buffalo. Additional storms firing from Centerville to Madison. And again, these storms moving to the southeast at about 35 to 45 miles an hour and are likely to continue producing damaging winds, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail, extremely heavy rainfall. And again, that's going to be the situation with the cluster of storms on I-45 and the southeastern portions of North Texas, moving down Interstate 45. All right, back west, again, cluster of storms number 2 in the Hill Country, northern Edwards Plateau. We have scattered severe storms north of Uvalde on 83, near, well, pretty much at this point, coming up to Johnson City. And then a area of potential damaging straight-line winds, perhaps a spin-up tornado located about 7 miles southeast of Llano, moving towards Highway 71, Buchanan Dam, Kingsland. And again, I emphasize, even if we do not have a tornado in progress, we are going to have the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 75 miles per hour. So again, what we're dealing with is a pretty nasty cluster of severe storms. Well, at this point, 3 nasty clusters. 1 and 2, Hill Country, northern Edwards Plateau, and northeastern Brazos Valley, all moving east-southeast about 45 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Wind-driven quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rainfall. Texas Panhandle, we've got more isolated severe storms, but the potential for softball size hail. Winds over 80 miles an hour, and a few tornadoes possible. We've got a tornado that was on 207 about 10 minutes ago. If we have a tornado, it's probably east of 207 now. We've got a boundary here the storm's interacting with. Storm itself is trying to move south a little more quickly now at about 20 miles an hour. The potential for baseball-sized hail. We've heard of baseball-sized hail with this storm back on 287. As it crossed over near Claude. Severe storm north of Stinnett, moving south slowly towards Stinnett, Sanford, Fritch, and the city of Borger. This is a severe thunderstorm located 4 miles southwest of Pringle, 16 miles north of Borger, about 5 miles northwest of Stinnett, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Capable of producing at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. It could be bigger. The potential for winds over 60 miles an hour. We'll keep an eye out in case this tries to develop a low-level circulation, but at this point, it is not working, or it is not tornadic. And then we're watching this storm northwest of Guyman near Eva in the Texas Panhandle. All right, a couple housekeeping notes. I know many of you are asking about the interactive weather radar on our website. To be frank, I don't know if it's coming back up anytime soon. We're probably going to have to get with a new developer for that. And we'll do that, but again, that's not something that's going to take, a couple days. But the interactive weather radar and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app is working. And frankly, that's the one I want to make sure stays up. So if y'all are looking for interactive weather radar, local weather forecasts, we've got all that built into the free Texas Storm Chasers app now. You can watch our live coverage. And of course, we've got storm chasing videos and all that. So the best advice I can give you is, yes, we do not have weather radar on our website right now outside of the live streaming weather radar video feed we run. But if you want the interactive weather radar, the local weather forecasts using your location, the live streaming storm chase video catalog from the past, and live weather coverage, just head on over to your device's app store and download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. And again, it's completely free. And if you don't want the ads there, you can just purchase that ad removal upgrade. And again, that helps support us. But either way, it's free. We don't charge for that at all in terms of the app itself, the data provided in the app. So that'll answer some of y'all's questions. I get it. Some of y'all are angry the app or the radar on the website's not working. Trust me, I'm about as thrilled as I could be too. But unfortunately, that is something out of our control right now, that is related to a developer, not a us issue. So, all right, we've got a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning now. It's going to be a severe storm warning for Williamson, Hayes, Travis, Blanco, Gillespie, Llano, Kendall, Burnett, and Comal counties in the Hill Country. Line of severe storms from near Babyhead to Round Mountain to near Kreutzburg, moving east at 30 miles an hour. The severe storm warning includes Burnett, Marble Falls, Kingsland, Dripping Springs, Wimberley, Blanco, Bertram, Round Mountain, Buchanan Lake, Canyon Lake Dam, Lender, Canyon Lake, Gainesville in the Hill Country, not on the Red River, Lakeway, Lago Vista, Bee Cave, Granite Shoals, Horseshoe Bay, Hudson Bend, and the Hills. And again, this is a line of storms moving east at about 30 miles an hour. And by the way, if you want to actually just find our mobile app easily, open up your web browser, type in texasweather.app. Instead of .com, it's .app, texasweather.app. It'll take you right to the app download page for your device. And if you can't download it on your device, it'll just take you to our website. But anyway, that's an easy way to do it without even having to open up your apps or your having to search for it in your app store. All right, so again, 2 tornado warnings right now. We are dealing with one, Southern Armstrong County, the Texas Panhandle. Claude, this is not a tornado warning for you. Claude is dealing with heavy rain and hail. Worst hail now likely near Goodnight on 287 near Ashtola, northwest of Clarendon. If we had a tornado in progress right now, and we might again, this would probably be east of 207 by a few miles, southeast of 287, moving away from 207 and 287. And this storm at this point is moving almost due south at about 15 miles an hour. Looks like we'll have a tornado warning update here in just a second from the Weather Service. Let me see, and I'll just read that text whenever that comes out. And while I wait for that text, I'm going to drink some water. All right, so that's tornado warning. Again, well southeast of Claude. This is in the middle of rural Armstrong County and the canyons. All right, back down to the tornado warning in Llano County. This is a severe storm that tried to spin a rain-wrapped tornado up a few miles south of Llano about 15 minutes ago. At this point, that tornadic signature has really died down, but we're still seeing a pretty nasty straight-line wind signature with this. So those of you in Kingsland, Buchanan Dam, Granite Shoals, you're about to get some nasty straight line winds. Could be winds over 70 miles an hour, capable of knocking down trees, power outages, knocking fences over. And if it gets on the lake, it's probably going to mess with some of the boats and the docks. It goes without saying, but don't be on the bloody lake during a severe storm with 70 mile an hour winds, please. I know it's been 110 all day. Get off the bloody lake. That's about as nice of a way I can put it. It's still nicer than I was at times last week and over the weekend if it makes you feel better. But all right. And yes, we are on a Discord server. We've got links. We're on Discord. We've got our own Discord server. Thank you to those who have been joining us on the Discord server. I've got that up and I'm monitoring. If you're watching us on Facebook, congratulations. Facebook actually showed you our live video. Facebook really doesn't show our posts to people anymore. So if you're watching us on Facebook, I would strongly encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app to actually be able to get the weather information we share. Follow us on YouTube, Discord, etc. We are live on Discord, or yeah, technically, I guess we're live on Discord. We're on the Facebag, the Tweeter. We're on Texas Weather Center YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. We are on Twitch. I mean, technically, we can be on TikTok, too. I don't think we're on TikTok right now, but it's okay. Close this. But again, we've got Brett Wright. He is storm chasing around the Panhandle right now, near that storm near Claude. And then we've got storm chasers, ironically enough, on separate assignments at the moment. They're actually chasing some of this tornadic stuff in Wyoming and Colorado. They've got some live streaming video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel up there if you're interested in that. But of course, we're going to focus on the Texas side of things. Doesn't look like we're going to get a new tornado warning for Llano County. So again, we're going to be back to severe storm warnings with this, which is what we've been dealing with all afternoon and will be the main issue down here today. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, quarter to at times ping-pong ball size hail. And again, these storms are moving east-southeast at 30 to 45 miles an hour. In fact, I'll put some fancy arrows on this just so you can see that. And again, boy, that is a horrible arrow. Oh, well. I'll put some arrows, and again, weather model's not handling this whole thing very well, so we're just having to do some nowcast stuff. But 6:37 p.m., tornado warning for Llano County's been allowed to expire, so that tornado warning's going to be gone. What we're going to be dealing with are damaging straight-line winds, the potential for maybe some hail, especially with stronger storms in the hill country, eastern portions of the Brazos Valley, and then also the potential for much larger hail across portions of the Texas Panhandle. So again, tornado warning for Llano County is going to be gone. We've got one tornado warning in southern Armstrong County in portions of the Panhandle. That's going to be well southeast of Claude in the canyons, very rural area. And then we got these storms in parts of the hill country and the eastern Brazos Valley. All right, as I said, weather models aren't handling what's going on very well, but I will pull up some model data real quick. We're going to look at it for 7 o'clock because I want to show you if weather models aren't handling now well, they're not going to handle later well. Nevertheless, let's take a look and see if they are handling right now well, and if so, I'll show you what the model data shows for the rest of the evening. But again, I'm just going to show you 7 o'clock. That's not what I wanted. Here's 7 o'clock. You can see, again, it's not doing the worst, but at the same time, it's not doing the best. So again, this is what the HRRR thinks the radar is going to look like at 7 o'clock. Here's what it looks like right now. So, it's not perfect, but it's not as bad. Let's go ahead and take a look at this over the next couple hours. Here's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So you can see this model does think Austin, Round Rock, Kyle, y'all are going to get walloped here in the next hour or two. Certainly possible. 10 o'clock, you can see storms starting to weaken in central Texas. We've still got that cluster of storms making its way onto the upper Texas coast and the Golden Triangle at 10 o'clock. And again, damaging straight-line winds. The main issue with this, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some quarter-size hail, very heavy rainfall that could cause some localized flooding. 11 o'clock, midnight. So again, I'm just going to loop this from 7 o'clock through midnight and let you see this. And this is what the HRRR model thinks we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours. And again, I'm not saying this is exactly how it's going to play out, but it could. So again, these storms are going to continue through sunset at least, and probably start weakening by 9 to 10 o'clock, which means storms in the hill country going to move across Interstate 35, creating a ruckus over the next 1 to 2 hours, damaging winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, pretty heavy rainfall that could cause localized flooding. And then the cluster of storms in the southeastern North Texas and the northeastern Brazos Valley, moving into portions of southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the potential for damaging straight-line winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, and heavy rainfall. And again, all these storms are capable of producing some pretty nasty wind damage. These things are wind bags. So given how hot and warm it is, again, it will not take much to produce wind damage. And understand, this could be one of these situations where we see a lot of trees get knocked down, power outages, etc. So especially if this thing ends up rolling into the I-35 urban corridor with, 70-mile-an-hour winds, we're going to have a lot of power outages. And our friends in the Arklatex and East Texas, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Louisiana, they're going to be like, hey, join the party. We haven't had power in a week. And given the ongoing heat and the heat over the next several days, well, pretty much the heat over the next 2 weeks at least, obviously being without power and air conditioning in this kind of heat and humidity is quite problematic. And again, I'm showing you the HER model because it has no storms in the panhandle. So again, I'm going to go back to 7 o'clock. Here's 7 o'clock. You see how this model has no storms? Here's the radar right now. Obviously, we have storms. So when I say live by the models, die by the models, or models are great and sometimes they're right, or garbage in, garbage out, that's what I mean. The models have nothing in the panhandle right now, and yet, looking at the real-time radar, hey, we got supercells. All right, so let's turn everything back on. I'm going to give you a statewide view of what we have going on. Make sure that is all on. Looks like Storm Prediction Center's just issued a update for the Texas Panhandle. Let's see if that's popped on here yet. It's probably not. That might be too convenient. And again, it hasn't, but I'll just read what the Storm Prediction Center has said. And this is regarding the tornado watch ongoing in the eastern half of the Texas Panhandle through 10 p.m. I'll read the summary, and then I'll do the meteorological mumbo-jumbo and translate. Severe weather threat and isolated tornado risk continues across the eastern Texas Panhandle and may expand southward into the South Plains region of West Texas with time. A new tornado watch may be needed. Discussion. Latest radar loop shows a broken line of supercell storms extending from southwestern Kansas southward into the east to areas east and southeast of Amarillo. These supercells are occurring near a composite dryline outflow boundary, with the outflow boundary spreading westward. A narrow axis of strong instability with instability values in excess of 4,500 joules per kilogram. That's a way of measuring instability, and that is a very high amount of instability. Is indicated along the boundary, which is fueling the ongoing storms, while low-level southeasterly winds across the eastern panhandle, with westerly winds near 45 miles an hour in the mid-levels, continue to provide favorable shear for both mid-level and low-level rotation. While very large hail remains the primary threat at this time, a couple tornadoes remain possible, with the storm over Armstrong County possibly having produced a weak tornado recently. With time, storms should expand southward into the South Plains region of West Texas, which may require a new tornado watch. So again, what the Storm Prediction Center is saying is we may have a new tornado watch issued for areas east of Plainview and Lubbock over the next hour or two, as these storms, especially this specific storm here south of Claude in Armstrong County, pretty much moves down towards Silverton, Turkey, west of 287. And again, that could eventually be the beginning of our complex of severe storms that brings a big threat of damaging winds to parts of northwest Texas and the Big Country tonight. And again, we have other storms, north of Borger, that's got some big hail. We've got storms, Stinnett, that's moving towards Borger, big hail, the potential for golf ball size hail at least. We got these storms in the Oklahoma Panhandle, well west of Guyman near Eva, for example, or Eva. Pretty strong low-level circulation with that. If that continues into the northern Texas Panhandle, we may see a tornado warning issued for areas east of Stratford to Texoma at some point. And unlike the mistake I made last Thursday, we are going to be covering that. I mean, I don't care if more cows than people live out there, even if it stays outside of town, which is what I thought initially was going to happen last Thursday with Perryton. We'll stay and cover it, because obviously it was a mistake not covering it. And yes, I'm still beating myself up over that, and will continue to beat myself up over that. So, all right, so we've got this complex of damaging winds from near Kingsland, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, Johnson City, Blanco, and then all the way back down southwest to Uvalde, outflow boundary. These storms, again, could have winds over 70 miles an hour and are moving east at 30 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on it for the next 90 minutes so we can see just exactly what we're expecting. Just going to put this on the leading edge of this boundary here. And again, they have this moving east at about 30. I'm going to say 35 for now. So again, here you go. Let's just start naming some cities. Let me make sure I've got all my cities listed on here. There you go. So again, Burnett by 7, Bertram 7:15, Lender 7:30, Lago Vista 7:15, Briarcliff 7:10, Lakeway 7:15, Bee Cave 7:15 to 7:20, Downtown Austin 7:35 to 7:40, 7:30 west sides of Austin, closer to 7:45 to 7:50 east sides of Austin. Buda, 7:35, Kyle, 7:30, San Marcos, 7:30, New Braunfels, 7:25, Wimberley, 7:05, Dripping Springs, 7 o'clock, Mustang Ridge, 7:48, Manor, 7:55, Georgetown, again, about 7:50, give or take. And again, just going to depend on the actual speed and motion of these storms. And that's with that cluster there. Let me do the same for this cluster of storms out in the northeastern Brazos Valley. And again, this is going to be a bit generous with times. Lovelady, 6:53, Madisonville, 7 o'clock, Huntsville, 7:25 to 7:30, New Waverly, 7:45, Willis, 7:55, Conroe, 8:05 to 8:10, Cleveland, 8:05 to 8:10, Todd Mission, 8:05 to 8:10, Shepherd, 7:50 to 7:55, Onalaska, 7:25, Point Blank, 7:25 to 7:30, Riverside, 7:20, Trinity, about 7:10, Madisonville, the next 15 minutes, Norman G, the next 5 minutes. And again, the potential for winds over 70 miles an hour that could knock down trees, cause power outages, etc. And again, the only tornado warning we have at this point is for a storm in the Texas Panhandle, and that's going to be for this storm moving essentially towards Turkey, Silverton, well south of Claude, well south of Interstate 40, well south of Clarendon, well south of Goodnight and Ashtola. And again, these storms moving southeast, the potential for winds over 70 miles an hour, tennis ball size hail, and perhaps a tornado. And you see this new circulation popping up northeast of Silverton. We're going to have to watch that. That, again, in the canyons and rural areas. But we'll be watching it closely as it moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So what we're going to do for a little while is we're going to take about a 12-minute break. Video's not going anywhere. You're just not going to hear me talk. And we are going to be back with our next detailed update here at 7 o'clock. Streams are staying on. And we're getting a lot of widespread wind damage reports out of Navarro County down towards Buffalo with this cluster of storms across southeastern North Texas moving in the eastern Brazos Valley. So again, these storms all producing damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, perhaps some quarter-size hail. Storms in the Texas Panhandle, the potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail. Also, the potential for a tornado with the Panhandle storm. So again, we'll have our next update here at 7 o'clock, about 10 minutes, back sooner if necessary. Stay tuned. All right, it is 7 o'clock on the 21st of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David-Reimer. I'm sure you have no idea how I possibly could have the name Baldy, but I'll give you a hint. There you go, in the small camera view. I'm sure you can still see the giant glare off the top of my head. We are monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms this afternoon, some of which were expected, some of which are about as much of a surprise to us as they are to you. Let's talk about it. Cluster number 1, moving across portions of the eastern Brazos Valley, has a history of producing major wind damage around Corsicana, Navarro County. Winds over 70 miles an hour have taken roofs off hotels in Buffalo. Many trees up to 3 feet. And this just came in, actually. Billboards down, many roofs pulled off. Large trees up to 3 feet in diameter down. Hotel roofs ripped off in the city of Buffalo. With this complex of storms in the eastern Brazos Valley moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. So those of you in Centerville to Leona likely getting major winds right now. The potential for significant wind damage all the way up highway. How about you tell me what highway that is? Or not, okay. All the way up pretty much from Madisonville to Midway to Estonio. And again, the potential for nasty wind damage with that moving southeast, pretty much right on I-45 down towards the Houston Metro. Cluster of storms number 2, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour or higher, moving towards Georgetown, Austin. With the potential for nickel to quarter size hail, the potential for winds over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall. These storms in the hill country looking weaker than they did earlier, but still capable of producing strong winds, nasty, heavy rain, maybe some hail. And then we've got multiple supercells in the eastern half of the Texas Panhandle, generally moving southeast. The potential for hail up to the size of baseballs, winds over 70 miles an hour, and the potential for tornadoes relatively maximized there compared to the other areas. All right, so let's talk about what we have going on right now in the high-res look. So let's start off here in the Panhandle. We'll work our way to the southeast. First off, new supercell has gone up west of Bryce, west of Leslie here in Briscoe County. This is east of Silverton. This storm could put a tornado down at any time. It's not tornado warned right now, but it is probably the best candidate to produce a tornado in the next 30 minutes, moving southeast towards the split of Highway 256 and Highway 70, east of Silverton, west of Bryce, west of Leslie. They're in the canyons and still in rural areas. We've got a couple of our storm chasers there, and we'll be hearing reports as they occur. But apparently there are inflow winds just being ripped into this thing from the southeast. So that may be a concern for tornado genesis sooner rather than later. And again, we're seeing additional storms fire up all the way south to Turkey, and what's likely the beginning of our complex of severe storms that will then race southeast into the big country over the next few hours with an increasing threat of damaging straight-line winds. Another storm going up over Claude could have hail with that. Again, all this generally moving east-southeast at 10 to 20 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm approaching Fritch, Sanford, Borger in the Texas Panhandle. These storms moving south-southeast at about 15 miles an hour. The potential for tennis ball size hail. Winds over 60 miles an hour. Looks like a hailer right now. Not seeing any strong indications of organized mid-level or low-level rotation. We've got this storm near Ira in western Texas County in the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's got a very strong mid-level mesocyclone, but is moving south at a brisk 5 to 7 miles an hour. Otherwise, I'd be more concerned about northern portions of Sherman County. But for now, this is still quite a ways out because it's moving at 5 to 10 miles an hour. All right, back southeast. Again, storms here in the hill country, generally on a weakening trend over the last several minutes, moving east at about 33 miles an hour. The potential for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts as these continue moving off to the east. And again, heavy rain, gusty winds, small hail. Potential for some street flooding as it crosses I-35 in the next 30 to 40 minutes. And then we've got these storms here in the eastern Brazos Valley. These have a history of producing major widespread wind damage all the way from Corsicana, Navarro County, pretty much all the way down here to, Fairfield, T, Groesbeck. We're hearing reports of roofs being blown off buildings, trees down all over multiple counties. And we just got a report out of Buffalo. We've got roofs torn off hotels. We've got trees up to 3 feet in diameter uprooted or snapped. We've got billboards down on Interstate 45. And it sounds like it's just a mess everywhere. So again, these storms moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, or actually Houston's got to move at 60. I don't think they're moving that fast. Let's double check this. But again, the potential for these storms to impact Madisonville, Huntsville, New Waverly, Willis, Conroe over the next hour. And I'll put a storm track on this real quick. And I'm going to assume these, well, let's not do that. And I'm going to give some leeway here. And I'm going to say they're moving southeast at 50. It may be faster than that, but that's what I'm going to go with for now. Huntsville, about 7:30. New Waverly, about 7:45. Willis, about 7:55. Conroe, 8:05. Spring, about 8:23. About 8:30 for Bush Intercontinental. Humboldt, about 8:35. Woodbranch, 8:20. Cleveland, 8:15. Shepherd, about 8:05. Trinity, about 7:25. Riverside, about 7:30. And again, Todd Mission, about 8 o'clock. Pinehurst, about 8:10. These storms capable of producing 60 to 75 mile-an-hour winds, the potential for quarter-size hail, significant wind damage that may cause a lot of trees to come down, and have caused a lot of trees to come down over the last hour. And again, these storms moving southeast pretty quickly. So that's that. And eventually, if that continues, that could impact Harris County, the city of Houston, in about 80 to 90 minutes. All right, let's go back into the Panhandle. And again, we're down to no tornado warnings in the state of Texas, which is good. Watching these supercells, one southwest of Claude, you see that hook echo, that could start throwing out some hail. We've got this supercell that has fired west at 256 at 70, west of Lakeview, northeast of Silverton, moving southeast about 20. More storms going up near Turkey. And again, this is probably the beginnings of what is going to become a larger complex of thunderstorms this evening that then could move southeast and directly impact portions of northwest Texas and the big country over the next 4 hours. The potential for these to grow larger and become a line of storms that then is capable of producing damaging winds of 60, 70, 80, maybe even higher miles per hour. Major wind damage, could have wind-driven hail, and can't totally rule out a couple of brief tornadoes. Okay, so with that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We're going to do the whole cut-in thing where we do updates about every 20 minutes or so, sooner if needed. But otherwise, we're going to head back to the music. We're going to keep an eye on things here. If we have any tornado warnings issued, we'll be back sooner, but otherwise, we're going to have our next severe weather update at 7:30 p.m. Short, simple, and sweet real quick. Complex number 1 in the eastern Brazos Valley could be a threat to the city of Houston by about 8:45 p.m. Harris County, northern Harris County by 8:30 p.m. Storms in the Hill Country about to hit Georgetown, Austin, Round Rock. The potential for 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, but weakening. Heavy rainfall. Storms in the Panhandle. All modes of severe weather possible, moving southeast. Could eventually become a very nasty complex of storms that produces hurricane-force winds in portions of west central Texas and the big country over the next 4 hours. So with that, we'll be back here at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. If you're wanting interactive weather radar, it is not available on our website at this time. I don't know when it's going to be again, to be honest with you, but we do have interactive weather radar available in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It is free. It'll give you your local forecasts. It'll give you interactive weather radars, 2 of them actually. You can use the new one in beta that's under ... more. And live streaming video, forecasts, etc. And that's the easiest and best way to keep up with us. So we'll be here. We'll have our next voice update at 7:30 p.m. or sooner. Y'all stay weather aware, and we'll stick around and watch it. Alrighty, tidy. 7:31. The 21st of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief david-reimer, monitoring multiple thunderstorms early this evening, coming up into portions of southeast Texas, the Hill Country, central Texas, and the Texas Panhandle, moving south into the South Plains of West Texas. For the last 20 minutes, we've seen these severe thunderstorm warnings for the Hill Country and central Texas expire. Those storms are no longer severe. They're still producing heavy rainfall, gusty winds, a lot of lightning, but aren't severe. The storms in the eastern Brazos Valley continue to push southeast quickly, the potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. And the storms in the Panhandle, throwing out hail, strong winds. Let's go ahead. We'll stop the loop. We're going to take a look. Well, actually, we'll keep the loop going, but I'll turn the satellite off. Something we are seeing recently is storms are firing off on a boundary now, located from pretty much south of Santa Ana, north of Brady, on 283 near Rockwood. That storm's just gone severe. We've got those storms on a boundary all the way to San Saba, to near Burnett, and you can see those have fired up pretty quickly over the last half hour, generally moving off to the east at about 25 miles an hour. We're going to have to watch some of those for hail, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall, but again, those have popped pretty quickly here in the last 20 to 30 minutes, and we'll have to keep an eye out and see what comes of that. Again, models not handling any of this well at all, and we're just nowcasting at this point and trying to predict out to 2 hours what we expect may happen. Complex of storms here. Again, eastern portions of the Brazos Valley have a history of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, all the way back up to Corsicana, where we had an 82-mile-an-hour wind gust. Billboards, roofs off, all sorts of nonsense being reported around Buffalo, Groesbeck, back to Fairfield, Mejia, Corsicana. And again, these storms moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour could be an issue for places like Navasota, Montgomery, Magnolia over the next 45 minutes. Back in central Texas, these storms no longer severe for the most part, but are still bringing heavy rainfall, gusty winds, cloud-to-ground lightning to Interstate 35 around Austin and Kyle, down into Bexar County around San Antonio. And again, these storms, for the most part, more typical summer pop-up variety now, capable of producing gusty winds, small hail, heavy rainfall. Panhandle into the South Plains of West Texas, it's a different story. We have supercellular thunderstorms capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail, moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. These storms showing some mid-level rotation, but at the same time, cloud bases are pretty high, and we haven't seen any attempts at low-level organization recently. Nevertheless, we do have a tornado watch in effect out here through the late evening hours. We'll keep an eye on these storms as they continue to trek to the southeast, about 25 miles an hour. Have this storm right over Borger. That could have some golf ball size hail with it as it moves south at about 15 miles an hour. Hailing right now in Borger, most likely. And then, again, maybe some gusty winds in Fritch, Sanford. Otherwise, as this storm continues, it could produce some hail in McBride, Pomeroy, Abel, down to Panhandle. And then further to the north, we have a severe storm capable of producing a tornado that is moving at about 5 miles an hour in southwestern Texas County and the Oklahoma Panhandle, I guess about 10 miles an hour now. And again, at this point, this storm is still about an hour out from Texhoma and about an hour out from crossing into northern Sherman County in the Texas Panhandle. If this storm continues, I wouldn't be surprised if we had to get a tornado warning for northern portions of Sherman County. But again, at present rate, this storm would stay east of Stratford, and even if it didn't, it's still 3 hours away because it's moving at 5 to 10 miles an hour. So short term, we'll have to keep an eye out on Texhoma and the Texas or in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Otherwise, those of you along and north of Highway 54, northeast of Stratford here in northern Sherman County, should keep an eye on this storm west of Goodwell as it moves south. Otherwise, again, these storms in portions of the, I guess now at this point, eastern Concho Valley, central Texas, heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, the potential for a few of these storms to produce larger hail, especially here on 283 and 377 between Brady and Brownwood and Santa Ana. These storms, again, really not moving all that much. Heavy rain in Austin, down to San Marcos and Kyle. And then again, the potential for winds over 60 miles an hour coming up on Highway 30 between Huntsville and Bryan College Station, southwest of Madisonville now, and can't rule out this storm impacting the northern sides of Harris County within the next hour. A couple of other storms trying to go up around Cleveland, up Highway 59 towards Livingston and Corrigan. Again, gusty winds, small hail, and heavy rain. We're really calming down here for now, at least, with these storms across central Texas, the Hill Country, and the Brazos Valley, but still a couple that could be producing strong wind gusts. The main severe weather threat, for the short term at least, going to be with these storms here in the Panhandle, moving towards the South Plains of West Texas. And again, these storms here in the southeastern Texas Panhandle moving into the South Plains of West Texas and eventually the Big Country could produce damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Can't rule out a few tornadoes. And if these storms are able to organize into a cluster of severe storms that move southeast towards the Big Country this evening, we could see an increased threat for damaging straight-line winds. That's still the expectation, but to be honest, I'm not overly confident in that solution just because models are not handling any of this well today. I mean, we've got storms in places where there shouldn't really have been storms, but the storms last night in Kansas shot outflow boundaries down to the Red River that fired up storms this afternoon when it was hotter than a hot dog, and that resulted in pretty much this cluster of storms almost to Houston now, where we didn't expect storms at all today, really. These storms in the Hill Country, again, the potential for those to pop up earlier was evident, but didn't expect them to make it to Austin as a cluster this evening. So we're just going to have to see what the atmosphere does here back in the Big Country. It is certainly possible we have a nasty cluster of storms move southeast tonight, but at the same time, it's literally just a wait-and-see approach, obviously, because Mother Nature is doing what Mother Nature likes to do to us in the summer and just make life overly difficult, unpredictable, and complicated. But if it makes you feel better, these storms are at least knocking temperatures down into the 80s compared to the hundreds. So at least it cooled off a bit, but that's not going to really do anyone any good tomorrow when it's, warm and hot again. And if we have, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people without power because more power lines got knocked down by these storms. So what we're going to do is we'll do our next update here at about 8 p.m. Otherwise, we're going to kill the Facebook stream. All the other streams are going to stay up, but Facebook throttles our reach anyway. So if y'all are watching us on Facebook, feel free to come join us on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers website, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and we'll be there. But otherwise, if you're watching us on Facebook, we'll come back on if we have new tornado warnings. But otherwise, thank you for joining us on Facebook. Everywhere else, we're going to stay live with another update coming here at about 8 p.m. or so. Again, Hill Country, for those of you asking, you're going to have to watch these storms trying to come back in from the north again. So, and again, for those of you on here asking why you can't see stars in Facebook chats, I'm sorry, that's just the way this is integrated into the stream. Again, blame Facebook in part for their complexity and, making reach. We had to create a whole separate stream for Facebook while all these other streams were able to congeal into one, chat, but Facebook wanted to be difficult, so I'm sorry, but unfortunately Facebook is, look. If you really want to see our stuff, you're going to have to follow us on a different platform besides Facebook, because Facebook hides 99.9% of our stuff from you. As much as I hate to say it, we're still on Facebook because some of you actually still see our stuff, and you know what? Every once in a while, folks who actually need to get the weather information get it, but most of the time, those of you on Facebook and Instagram aren't going to see a thing we post. So we do appreciate the stars, the super chats, all that. And again, if you're on Facebook, come join us on the Texas Storm Chasers app, website, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. If you want to keep watching, and again, we'll have our next update on all those platforms here at about 8 p.m. Central Time. Otherwise, we'll be back sooner if the weather dictates, as we keep an eye on these storms moving southeast this evening across parts of the Panhandle, the South Plains, moving towards the big country of west central Texas, portions of the eastern Brazos Valley into southeast Texas, central Texas, and the hill country. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on things here, and we'll be back by 8 p.m. sooner if necessary. Alright, we're going to come back here a bit early. It appears we now have a tornado in progress north of Matador. It's going to be with the supercell in portions of west central Texas. So, we're going to come back. We've got a tornado warning now that just came out, so let us resume our severe weather coverage. I guess all things considered, that means I need to actually turn Facebook back on, but we can do that pretty easily here. We'll just flip a couple switches and be good to go. It's going to be a tornado warning for Dickens and Motley counties in portions of west central Texas. The time now is 7:56 p.m. Let's get to it. It's going to be a... How about we not do that? Thank you. It's going to be a tornado warning. Again, this is going to be for a thunderstorm approaching Matador, Texas. So first call to action is an important one. Those of you in the city of Matador and Roaring Springs, you need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. A severe thunderstorm with a tornado in progress is now located near Highway 70, north of the city of Matador, making a beeline towards the city of Matador. This is now 6 miles north of Matador, Texas, moving south at pretty quick speed. So those of you in Matador need to be in a safe place now. We now have a report of a large tornado in progress. So again, we're now receiving multiple reports of a large and extremely dangerous tornado 6 miles north of the city of Matador, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation requiring immediate action for those in the city of Matador. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on hard sole shoes. Put on a helmet and get your butt in a shelter. This tornado is wrapped in heavy rain. Do not go outside and look for it. We had people in Perryton do that last Thursday, and they ended up getting impaled by a 2x4. We don't need that now. So again, this is going to be a large and extremely dangerous tornado now, 5 miles north of the city of Matador, moving directly towards the city of Matador. This is a particularly dangerous situation that requires immediate action to protect your life and property. If you know anyone near White Flat in Matador in Motley County, this is in west central Texas, east of Floydada, west of Paducah, call them, get their butts into shelter. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation, a large, extremely dangerous tornado, 4 miles north of the city of Matador, moving directly towards the city of Matador in Motley County. This is a particularly dangerous and life-threatening situation, the potential for a strong tornado in progress with multiple reports of a large tornado in progress now, 4 miles north of the city of Matador, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Those of you in the city of Matador, Motley County, this is a particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation in which immediate action needs to be taken to protect your life. Do not go outside looking for this. Get your butt into shelter. We saw last Thursday in Perryton that towns in West Texas can get just as much damage and hit just as hard as those out east. So those of you in Motley County, the city of Matador, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible now. Don't go outside looking for this. I realize some of y'all might want to go out looking for this, but understand it is wrapped in heavy rain, and frankly, we don't need folks getting impaled by debris because they went outside looking for this just as it was trying to come into town. So those of you in the city of Matador, we made this mistake last Thursday, not talking up a tornado near Perryton. We're not doing that again this time. So those of you in Matador, this is a urgent call to action. You have a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado 3 to 4 miles north of town, moving directly towards town. You need to get in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Very strong gate-to-gate shear across portions of Motley County. And remember, we're talking about the most urgent storms. I know we've got storms in parts of central Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, but with respect, those don't have large tornadoes. This one does. I don't care if we're in the middle of nowhere or we're in the middle of the Metroplex or Austin or Houston. We're going to focus on the most intense life-threatening storms, and that's this storm we're talking about. If you want to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, go over to the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got radar there. And again, this storm continues to show strong indications of producing a tornado. Now, 3 to 4 miles north of the city of Matador, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation for those of you in Matador. You need to be in a safe place now. All right? Hopefully, we'll get lucky and this will go just east or just west of town, but current indications are this is going to be a very dangerous close call with a large tornado reported in the last few minutes. We have 60-mile-an-hour winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock. We've got nearly 50-mile-an-hour winds moving away. Those of you in the city of Matador need to be in a safe place now, as a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is now 2 miles north of the city of Matador in Motley County, moving into the city of Matador in the next 5 minutes. That means you need to be in the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets. You are out of time. You need to be in a safe place now. Do not go outside looking for this. You need to be in an interior room, lowest floor, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, you are about out of time if you are in the city of Matador. This is well east of Lubbock, well west of Vernon, talking about one severe storm. I know we got storms going down here in parts of central Texas, southeast Texas. We'll take a quick look. Again, storms in Austin, not severe. Heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some gusty winds. Nothing to write home about. Severe thunderstorm with the potential for 60-plus mile-an-hour winds approaching Willis, Montgomery, down to Conroe. We got power lines down on Interstate 45. Around mile marker 160, it sounds like, from the earlier storms. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Again, if you are in the city of Matador, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are in central Motley County near the city of Matador, this is an urgent call to action. You are out of time. Should have been in shelter when the tornado warning was issued about 10 minutes ago at this point. But you need to be in shelter now. Matador. Hopefully this thing lifts. Hopefully it goes just east or just west of town, but we need folks in Matador to be in a safe place. This is not a good situation with a very strong velocity couplet approaching the city of Matador, with reports of a tornado within the last several minutes, what has been described as a large tornado. That is a tornado capable of producing major damage, and those of you in Matador need to be in a safe place now. Again, this is now pretty much coming into the city of Matador. If we have a tornado, it is probably about in town. So those of you need to be in shelter now. All right, you are out of time. This thing's rolling into the city of Matador as we speak. Latest velocity scan will come in here in just a moment. And again, what has been reported as a confirmed tornado rolling into the city of Matador now. We'll switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. I really wish this program would stop doing that. And here's the latest velocity scan. You can see if we have a tornado, it is pretty much on the city of Matador now. Got a report just recently, large rain-wrapped tornado just north of the city of Matador from Chad Casey. Chad Casey's probably one of the best storm chasers in the city of Texas. And the city of Texas, the state. And he always seems to be here, even when our folks aren't. He does a great job. And again, reporting a large tornado just north of the city of Matador, moving into Matador. We have a 90-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate couplet. And if there is a tornado, it is definitely there and about to move into the city of Matador in Motley County, which is northeast of Lubbock, way west of Vernon, and portions of the South Plains of West Texas. Again, a confirmed large dangerous tornado in progress very near the city of Matador. This could be moving into Matador now. Again, 5 minutes ago, this was a large wedge tornado, which means it's wider than it is tall, capable of producing major life-threatening damage. So again, those of you in the city of Matador, you're out of time. It's in Matador now. If it is down, it is probably in Matador right now. And if this goes just east of Matador, someone wore their lucky underpants today. But again, this is a situation for those of you in Matador. You stay in shelter, all right? If it's down, it's there. It'll be out of town within 5 minutes, but you stay in shelter. Back in central Texas and the eastern Concho Valley, we have storms capable of producing large hail between Goldthwaite all the way back west to the same areas that have been hit by storm after storm after storm over the last couple of weeks. These storms generally moving off to the east pretty much at 5 miles an hour. They're not moving very much. We have other storms around Round Rock, down I-35 through Kyle, New Braunfels. These are not severe. They have heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. Severe storm on Interstate 45 near Huntsville. We're showing extremely strong straight-line winds over 75 miles an hour approaching Montgomery. These are going to be moving towards Conroe, Magnolia, Pinehurst, eventually northern Harris County, New Waverly. Again, this is a complex of storms that originated near the DFW Metroplex several hours ago, has been moving southeast. At 45 miles an hour, the potential continues for damaging winds 75-plus miles an hour. And again, the potential, if not likelihood, for significant wind damage from this thunderstorm. All right, let's go back. We have a large tornado reported near the city of Matador. And again, if this tornado did strike town, we need to emphasize a few things here. Do not self-deploy. Be very mindful of initial reports that come out in the minutes and hours after a major weather impact or disaster. Sometimes reports are invalid, not necessarily because they're nefarious, but because there's just a lot of information coming out. So we have to be very mindful of that, and that's why we're not going to report on anything unless it's been verified. So again, those of you in Matador, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, I'm watching live video of this. There is a large, extremely dangerous tornado near Matador now, and there is damage. So again, those of you in the city of Matador, this is a tornado doing damage near or in the city of Matador. We're not going to know how bad that damage is for a while, but again, it looks like at least there is damage. You know, maybe we got lucky and this stayed just outside of town, but otherwise we have just had another West Texas town hit by what could have been a significant tornado in the last week. Let's go ahead and, for all intent and purposes, just in case we have emergency responders or state officials watching, if we have any sort of emergency response that needs to come from Lubbock, Amarillo, we've still got storms producing hail north of Silverton, down 70 to Turkey. Those of you, and if we have response coming out of the Lubbock area, pretty much there's nothing going on between that and this storm right now. And again, I'm looking at video, we do have damage. But again, we need to emphasize here that this, we're not going to know how bad the damage is until probably a couple hours from now at least, and probably first light tomorrow. And again, maybe we got lucky here in this state just outside of Matador. But there is damage. I can see at least one mobile home that's been hit on live video. And it only takes one. And look, we said we're going to be here and not make the mistakes we made last week, and that held true. Amy, if you're watching, the answer to your question is yes. So again, we've just had a large and dangerous tornado near or just north of the city of Matador. There is damage. I can't tell you the specifics on that, if this stage is north of town or what, but there is damage at least just northeast of the city of Matador. And you know what? Maybe we got lucky and this missed town directly, but there's still people that have been hit. So those of you just northeast of Matador, tornado on the ground, continuing. Those of you in Matador, you keep your butts in shelter now. Don't you dare go outside looking for this. If you do, I hope your mama slaps you on the head with a paddle, because that's just stupid. All right? tornado now likely. If we had an occlusion cycle take place, which we may have, this may be the old tornado in progress just northeast of Matador. We may have a new tornado developing just southeast of Matador. The cyclic tornadic process goes like that. First tornado begins to turn more in the northeast and occlude. New tornado, if we have one develop, tends to be just south of the old circulation. And that's what we may be seeing here. We may have tornado continuing in progress near or just east of the city of Matador. And that could continue. So those of you around the city of Matador in Motley County, a large, extremely dangerous tornado with a history of producing major damage near or just northeast of the city of Matador continues. Those of you in Russellville and Roaring Springs need to take your tornado safety precautions. If you are south of Highway 62, down into southern Motley County towards Roaring Springs and Russellville. And again, I know this may not be a highly populated area like areas further east, but we're sure not doing the mistake we did last Thursday and missing out on something out here. Again, I don't care if we have 10 people, 100 people, 100,000 people, we're going to cover it. Those of you further east, I understand we're not talking about you. We have a dangerous line of storms with hurricane-force winds moving towards the northern suburbs of Houston right now. Again, that's serious. That's going to cause wind damage, power outages galore. But we have a large tornado in progress near a town in West Texas, and we need to deal with this life safety threat. When this calms down, we'll go back and take a look. Those of you on I-35 in central Texas, you've got rain, you've got storms. They are not severe. There are storms in the Edwards Plateau that could be capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, but again, they're not tornadic. So again, it is 8:13 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David-Reimer. A confirmed tornado doing damage very near the town of Matador in Motley County. This is in west central Texas, northeast of Lubbock, east of Floydada, southeast of Amarillo, well west of Vernon and Wichita Falls. This tornado is located extremely close to the city of Matador. I know we've had structures taken a hit around here. Mobile homes have been hit. We're not going to know the exact detail or degree of damage or any sort of injuries probably for several hours. I realize we do have chasers and media out there live streaming, but again, we need to take initial reports with a grain of salt. For what we see on their streams may just be a small glimmer or glimpse of what is going on in the wider, bigger picture. Nevertheless, I'm sure that the Texas Department of Emergency Management, TDEM, is closely monitoring things and probably is already getting ready to place resources en route to the area. Again, given what happened last Thursday up in Perryton, the northern Texas panhandle, the obviously nerves are frayed out here. And I am hoping we have just avoided a repeat situation of what happened last Thursday, but boy, do we have problems. Those of you back north, severe thunderstorm warning coming down towards Texoma. This storm's not tornado warned anymore. We do have reports of tornado damage now in the city of Matador confirmed by law enforcement. So at least part of Matador has taken a hit from a tornado. Matador, we have additional storms to your northwest that could drop hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain in the city of Matador in the next 30 minutes. Understand, there are additional storms to the northwest that will complicate emergency response efforts. All right, so again, we're getting, I know we've got live streams from storm chasers and whatever, but yeah, there's damage. But again, we're going to focus on where this is now and warn folks ahead of it. All right, those of you in Roaring Springs to Russellville, southern Motley County, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A little concerned, we have a second circulation trying to fire on the west side of Matador. The storm's doing some weird things right now. And again, this was not a small tornado. All right. So let's, Matador, give it another 10 minutes, and then you're clear from this potential, or from this tornado. More storms, though, so we're going to watch those. All right, Concho Valley, we have a severe thunderstorm on Highway 377. This is going to be about halfway between Brownwood and Brady. Storm, excuse me, just sitting there, really, moving at about 5 miles an hour to the east. Golf ball size hail, winds of 60 possible. We got storms on I-35 from Georgetown, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Austin, San Marcos, New Braunfels. Those are not severe. Heavy rain, gusty winds, cloud to ground lightning. Not producing big hail, not producing big time damaging winds, no tornadoes. We have rain showers in proximity of San Antonio. Nothing severe with that. Storms in southeast Texas. We've got a nasty severe storm with hurricane force winds south of Montgomery, northeast of Magnolia. Terminal Doppler weather radar detecting winds near 100 miles an hour across portions of pretty much south of Montgomery, north of Pinehurst, northeast of Magnolia, east of Todd Mission, west of Conroe, making a beeline for Pinehurst, Tomball, the north sides of Harris County. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 80 miles an hour. And again, we're on Discord, all that fun stuff. And again, it sounds like we have taken a major tornado hit in the city of Matador. There is damage. Don't know anything about injuries. Don't know about the scope or severity of damage as a whole. I realize there are live video feeds, but again, those only show small glimpses of the overall picture. Nevertheless, yeah, we got problems. Tornado now likely going to be exiting Matador to the southeast, making a beeline towards Russellville. This may stay east of Roaring Springs, east of Highway 70, generally now moving more east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. For what it's worth, this is going to be over fairly rural areas of southeastern Motley and northeastern Dickens counties in west central Texas. This may eventually cross Highway 82 east of Dickens and west of Guthrie. I realize this is going to be a very rural area, but we are still going to keep an eye on it because people live out here. I realize there's probably more agriculture than human population, but you know what? We're going to keep up with it. A second severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, straight line winds of 70 miles an hour, northwest of the city of Matador, moving to the southeast. And again, this has the potential to bring additional severe weather, including damaging winds, hail, very heavy rainfall to the city of Matador within the next 30 to 45 minutes. First responders coming from Interstate 27, the Lubbock area, if we're having to deploy any sort of USAR teams, or, TIFMAS crews coming out of Amarillo, you're going to have to dodge storms. If you're coming out of the Lubbock area, you're going to be okay coming from the west for now. If you're coming from the Childress area, 287, you're going to have to dodge storms. And again, these storms have the potential to continue growing upscale and moving south-southeast into the big country with a damaging straight line wind, the winds perhaps over hurricane force. So again, that is the deal. We've had a significant tornado hit Matador, Texas. That is on Highway 70, 62, a couple counties northeast of Lubbock, due east of Hale Center and Plainview, due west of Paducah, Crowell, and Vernon. And there's damage. Don't know anything more than that right now, other than the fact, for the second time in a week, we've had a significant tornado strike across portions of the Texas Panhandle and West Texas in a town. Okay, let's go back down to the storm here in southeast Texas. We're going to have to deal with this now, too. I realize it may not be a tornado warning, but we do have hurricane force straight line winds, and that's a problem as it moves into a highly populated area. So let me get some situational awareness here. And I'm going to make sure this is actually on the mobile app. the way the mobile app works is it adjusts these videos about once every 15 to 20 minutes. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's right around that mark, but I like to go in and manually make sure it's been ingested. All right, make sure that. Why are we only warning at the 60 if the TDWR is showing 100-mile-an-hour winds 5 miles from the TDWR? Come on now, we're better than that. Okay, so again, the potential for hurricane-force damaging winds moving into portions of northern Harris County in the next several minutes. I'm just pulling up stuff. So here we go. Let me make sure I've got the appropriate radar on. This nasty severe storm approaching approaching at this point Magnolia, Pinehurst, Keenan, Tomball. And again, this is showing winds from a nearby radar a couple hundred feet above the ground over 80 miles an hour, meaning we definitely do have damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for tree damage, power outages, power lines coming down, maybe some damage to structures. Oh, yeah, we've got major problems in Matador. Seen on live stream, we've got vehicles that have been lofted, crumpled up. Yeah, that was not a weak tornado. All I can do is pray for those people. It's disheartening, but let's go. Again, damaging straight line winds moving south sides of Montgomery, Magnolia, Pinehurst, Tomball. West sides of Conroe moving towards eventually Corville. And Highway 8, the north sides of Houston, the next 20 minutes. The potential for damaging straight line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Knock down trees, cause some roof damage, power outages. Do not go out and touch power lines. So again, this is a storm generally moving southeast towards Harris County. Let me put a time tracker on it. Moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. Let me knock this down to 60 minutes, intervals of 3. All right, so I'm just going to put this right on the leading edge of this outflow boundary. And then we're going to go back to the new tornado. Warning, back west. So again, moving southeast at about... That's fine. Again, so Spring, the next 10 minutes. Aldine, the next 20 minutes. Those of you, Tomball, it's about to get windy now. It's going to get worse. Jersey Village, about 8:40. Spring Valley, about 8:50. Downtown Houston, 8:55 to 8:58. North Loop, about 8:50. Southeast sides of Houston, 9 o'clock to 9:04, about 9:05 for Hobby. Brookside Village, 9:10. Pearland, whatever, about 9:10, 9:15. LaPorte, about 9:15 to 9:20. Channelview, about 9:05. Humboldt, about 8:50. Intercontinental Airport, up that way, about 8:45. The potential for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. All right, let's go back to West Texas. It's going to be a new tornado warning for a thunderstorm with a history of producing a major tornado that has directly hit the city of Matador. It's going to be a tornado warning until 9 p.m. This does include northeastern Dickens, southeastern Motley counties in the west central Texas. This is in a rural area, but we're still going to talk about it. This storm, again, tornado likely now east of Roaring Springs by maybe... maybe 3 to 4 miles, moving southeast, passing very near Russellville, moving southeast. This should stay east of Highway 70, staying east of Glen, staying east of Elton, staying east of Dickens. But those of you on Highway 82, 114, we advise no travel between Guthrie and Dickens, as this dangerous thunderstorm with baseball-sized hail and a history of producing a strong tornado continues to move southeast at about 20 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Afton, Roaring Springs. And again, otherwise, it's just going to be rural areas of northeastern Dickens, southeastern Motley counties. City of Matador has taken a direct hit from a considerable tornado, it sounds like. A second severe storm capable of producing large damaging hail, very heavy winds, and damaging straight-line winds northwest of the city of Matador, moving to the southeast, could directly impact the city of Matador and first responder efforts. Again, we've had a major tornado hit in the city of Matador in west central Texas. This is northeast of Lubbock, due west of Vernon, east of Hale Center and Plainview, east of Floydada, west of Paducah, southwest of Childress, northwest of Abilene, way southeast of Amarillo. This is off the Caprock in west central Texas, the South Plains. And again, we're talking about this and a dangerous storm moving into portions of the city of Houston. We're getting some look, and again, we need to be very cautious here with the initial reports coming out of Matador. Yes, there are injuries. That much is known at this point. Anything beyond that, the number of injuries, any sort of possible fatalities, we need to take with a grain of salt for now. Understand, it is going to be a very chaotic situation around Matador for several hours yet. Local first responders likely going to be initially overwhelmed with the initial search and rescue operations. This will likely be a multi-county, if not a regionalized mutual aid deployment with departments probably, depending on the amount of search and rescue required, we're probably going to see Texas Task Force 1 or Texas Task Force 2 Type 3 USAR teams deployed again, just like they were for Perryton. They're probably going to have to be deployed for this as well, depending on what happens. At the least, the regional USAR teams out of Amarillo and Lubbock, probably one or multiple of the ambuses are probably going to have to be deployed. So no doubt the Texas Department of Emergency Management's already doing that and keeping an eye on things. But again, the potential, if not likelihood, for a regionalized mutual aid deployment to the city of Matador after a major tornado hit. There are injuries. There is major damage. We don't know anything beyond that. Besides, this storm continues to remain capable of producing a dangerous tornado, probably just east of Roaring Springs, moving southeast towards northeastern Dickens County. We have a second severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball-sized hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. At this point, it is not tornadic, but it is going to directly impact the damage path near the city of Matador. We are about to have big-time problems again with heavy rain, hail, damaging winds in the city of Matador, which has taken a major hit from a tornado. All right. Let's go back south. And again, if we're not talking about storms near you, it's probably because the storms near you aren't trying to kill people, at least with tornadoes and all that. I realize this is a big state, and most of you are like, where the heck is Matador? Why do I care about Matador? You don't. People who live there do. People who have friends and relatives there do, and that's why we're talking about it. Look, I messed up last week big time when I didn't cover the Perryton tornado. We began our live coverage about 20 minutes later, and let me tell you, that was one of the biggest mistakes I have made in years, because we said we're going to cover every Texas tornado, and I didn't do that last week. And boy, let me tell you, that's going to be a guilt I have for years to come. We're not doing that again. And that's why we're here talking about a storm in West Texas that may only be a few hundred people, but you know what? I don't give a flippin' flamingo. All right. Severe storm near Conroe, Pinehurst, Magnolia, Tomball. Potential to produce damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour moving into Tomball. Oak Ridge, North Spring. We're probably going to have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Harris County shortly. So those of you in northwestern Harris County, those of you in Corville, Tomball, Oak Ridge, North Spring, Westfield, Jersey Village, Intercontinental Airport, Mount Houston, northwest sides of Harris County, the potential for damaging straight-line winds that are probably going to knock out power to tens of thousands of people. And again, this whole complex has been ongoing since the DFW Metroplex. 82-mile-an-hour wind gusts measured in Corsicana, and it knocked a train over. We've got roofs off buildings, trees down, power outages galore with this whole complex of storms as it has moved southeast. And it's made it to the north sides of Houston now. So again, it's not a derecho in the sense of the technical definition, but it is a very long-lived cluster of severe storms that has produced significant wind damage. And you know, it may not be a tornado, but it is still capable of producing damage. It'll knock fences over, roof damage. It may even take some roofs off buildings. It may knock sheds over, knock down power lines, cause major impacts to infrastructure. And again, it's going to be 100, 105 tomorrow with the heat index, if not higher. So that's going to be a problem for the humanitarian impact in terms of, you know, power outages with 110, 115 degree heat index values and no power tomorrow across parts of this region. But again, that's what we're expecting. Severe storms moving into northern Harris County with 60 to 75 mile an hour winds, moving towards pretty much downtown Houston. It'll be in downtown Houston by 9 p.m., if not sooner. So everyone north of downtown Houston is about to get really windy. All right, otherwise, central Texas, the hill country, no severe storms at this point. It's raining, there's lightning, gusty winds, small hail, nothing to write home about. It is okie dokie. And again, for those of you wondering about storms in your neighborhood or across the country, interactive weather radar and local weather forecast, storm chasing video, all that in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in your app store. And you can also just type in texasweather.app.app in a web browser, and it will take you to the download page. All right, so again, those of you in Matador, just get back in the shelter. This storm coming in from the northwest is probably going to have golf ball size hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, heavy rainfall, is showing some rotation aloft, but at the least is going to make search and rescue operations very dangerous. Look, I know we probably have people trapped, we've got people hurt, but getting yourself hurt in the process of helping them isn't going to help anyone. It's just going to make matters worse. So if you're in the city of Matador, search and rescue operations need to be suspended within the next 10 minutes as another severe storm is coming in from the northwest. Take shelter. And you know what? Don't put yourself in harm's way to add to a complex situation. And look, it's bad. Look, I'm seeing damage pictures. Look, it's not good. It's not good at all. I can't tell you the scope or how widespread the damage is, but there is major, major damage from what was not a weak tornado. Now, exactly how much damage, how widespread, how many injured, and do we have anyone that's been killed? We're not going to know that for a while. Severe storm that produced that destructive tornado now crossing into northeastern Dickens County and west central Texas. Circulation ramping back up. Another large and extremely dangerous tornado may be attempting to develop here in northeastern Dickens County. This is over rural areas. Northeast of Dickens. This will not be a threat to the city of Dickens. This is going to be now east of Highway 70, south of Highway 62, southeast of Roaring Springs. If you're in Russellville, around that area, southeast of Matador, we could have baseball-sized hail. Storm with maybe quarter to golf ball size hail entering the city of Matador in the next 10 minutes with damaging winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, lightning, dangerous cloud to ground lightning, heavy rain. Other storms occurring back northwest for now, not severe warned. We'll keep an eye on them. Let's go back to the city of Houston. Severe storm. There you go. There's that expanded severe thunderstorm warning. I'll just read it aloud. Severe storm warning for eastern Austin, northwestern Fort Bend, southern Montgomery, Waller, and Harris counties until 9:30 p.m. At 8:34 p.m., severe storms are located along a line extending from near Splendoria to San Felipe, moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. Could have winds of 60 plus miles an hour. So again, winds 50, 60, maybe higher, moving into the north sides of Houston, all the way from Sealy, Brookshire, Katy, downtown Houston, and eventually out towards Baytown. The potential for winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour. The potential for winds over 70 miles an hour approaching Tomball, Oak Ridge North, Spring, Pinehurst over the next several minutes. All right, let's switch back to the next route. I'll put a storm track on this. And again, we're going to have to go back to that Dickens County storm in a minute, but we're going to give folks in the Houston Metro some warning too. And understand, it's not because we don't love you. It's the fact, yes, this is damaging straight line winds. Yes, it can cause damage, but it's not a half-mile wide tornado that just took out a town in West Texas. So please understand that sense of urgency and what we're having to deal with here. And again, I'm just going to draw these storms moving southeast at 55 miles an hour, pretty much like this. And again, gusty winds may begin well before the heavy rain arrives. Strongest winds right now in this little Boeing segment across far northern Harris County to southwest of Conroe. All right, again, reports of a tornado again with that Dickens to Motley County storm. We're going to have to go back to that. Houston folks, again, you can monitor these storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radar down to the neighborhood forecasts, all that stuff, so y'all can keep an eye on those storms approaching your neck of the woods. And look, there's nothing good coming out of Matador right now. I mean, some of you are probably watching the same live video I'm getting reports out of right now. Look, there's people hurt, and there are unconfirmed reports of fatalities. There's probably at least one, because literally it's on a live video right now. So, okay, tornado now confirmed with this storm. Again, this storm produced the damaging tornado that hit Matador. We now have a confirmed tornado with it again. This is going to be southeast of Roaring Springs, northeast of Elton, east of Glen, well northeast of Dickens. A large tornado once again in progress. Those of you in northeastern Dickens County, again, this is way southwest of Paducah, way northwest of Guthrie, northeast of Dickens, southeast of Matador. Need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I understand this is a very rural area. Nevertheless, we have reports of debris in the air, so it's hitting something out here. Real quick, I'm gonna trying to find the exact location of this because we have two storms here. I want to be absolutely sure this is ongoing where I think it is ongoing and not with that second storm. I've seen weirder things happen, so I need to be very sure of that. Okay, so this is going to be a confirmed tornado just northeast of Afton, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Those of you in Matador, you have a second severe storm that could have wind-driven, damaging hail coming into the city now. First response and rescue efforts need to be suspended. First responders and survivors need to take shelter where they can find shelter. Again, wind-driven hail, damaging winds, cloud-to-ground lightning coming in to portions of, well, coming back into the city of Matador from the northwest right now. So again, confirmed tornado in progress southeast of Roaring Springs, northeast of Afton. This storm will cross Highway 82 about, I'm going to say this is probably going to be about 10 to 15 miles east of the city of Dickens. about 10 to 15 miles west of the city of Guthrie, where 83 and 82 intersect. And again, there's your clear-cut hook echo. Very strong gate-to-gate circulation. A confirmed tornado being reported by multiple storm spotters across the area. So again, tornado down now, northeast of Afton, southeast of Matador, southeast of Roaring Springs, northeast of Dickens. Rural areas, but nevertheless areas that have population. Folks out here need to be in shelter now in northeastern Dickens County. Now, I wasn't on here for the Perryton tornado. We came on live about 20 minutes after that happened. Unfortunately, last week. All right, so back to Houston. A line of damaging winds extending from near Sealy, Pattison, Brookshire, just northwest of Katy. And then this thing coming into Spring and Oak Ridge is, I mean, oh, sweet guacamole. That is very, very strong winds. Those of you in Spring, Oak Ridge, the potential for winds of 60 to 70 plus miles an hour. You need to be in a safe place. Again, not a tornado, but damaging straight-line winds that could cause damage. You need to take a action to protect your life. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we don't want folks getting hurt by flying debris. You know, roof shingles coming off, fence posts getting knocked down, trash cans flying all over the place. Again, this may not be a tornado, but it is damaging winds in an urbanized area that have the potential to knock out power to a lot of people and result in damage. So please take shelter now. Lowest floor, center room. Put yourself away from windows is what I'm trying to say. All right? Don't be near windows. We don't want folks getting hurt by glass if we end up having debris hit windows and glass flying all over the place. And again, if you want a different look, this is what the radar is showing about 15 to 2,000 feet above the ground. 100-mile-an-hour winds. Now, by the time they make it down to the surface, the winds are probably going to be closer to 60, 70, maybe 80. But those of you in Spring, the north sides of Houston, Mount Houston, Westfield, Corville, Jersey Village, again, damaging winds. Could be hurricane force winds. Could knock out power lines, knock down trees, cause roof damage. So please be away from windows. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm moving into Harris County, about to move into the inner Houston loop on the north side from near Aldine to Jersey Village to Spring. The potential for hurricane force winds that could cause major wind damage, damage to roofs, damage to power lines, damage to trees and all that. And again, you can see how hard the wind's blowing mode. It's going off the wind scale up here. Showing winds aloft. Now, these are aloft of over 115 miles an hour. When we saw a signature like this last Thursday night and Friday morning in the Arklatex, we ended up with 200,000 people without power. So again, those of you in Harris County, especially from Oak Ridge, Spring, Tomball, Corville, Westfield, down to the north sides of Houston, Intercontinental Airport, Jersey Village, it would not be the worst idea to take your tornado safety precautions just because of the amount of very damaging winds entering the county. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room. Get away from windows. And again, destructive hurricane force straight line winds in progress with this thunderstorm now approaching Intercontinental Airport, Westfield, Jersey Village. Just had a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at the D.W. Hooks Houston Airport. And the winds could get even higher than that. So again, those of you in the city of Houston, especially on the north sides, up to Mount Houston, Jersey Village, Westfield, Intercontinental Airport, Spring to Corville, probably even Humble. You need to be getting away from windows, especially north and west facing windows in case we have stuff start flying around that breaks windows. We don't want folks getting hurt by flying glass. And again, dangerous storm about to enter the north sides of Houston, the city of Houston proper, continuing to push into central Harris County, the potential for hurricane force winds that could cause quite a bit of wind damage. All right, back to West Texas. A confirmed tornado. At 8:43 p.m., confirmed tornado was located 7 miles east of Afton, 13 miles northeast of Dickens, moving south at 25 miles an hour. This storm has a history of producing baseball to softball-sized hail in addition to a damaging tornado in the city of Matador. This is a confirmed tornado in rural northeast Dickens County. Those of you from pretty much just east of the city of Dickens down to Highway 82, 114, all the way to west of Guthrie need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in Matador, hail, likely larger than the size of golf balls, about to come in. This is not what we need. But again, this is about to be a bad situation in Matador. Again, we've already had a major tornado hit with what sounds to be critical injuries, major damage. Now we're about to have golf ball to tennis ball sized hail hit what's left. Hopefully folks can find some cover. But again, there's nothing good about this. So again, that's Matador, hail, tornado, northeast of Dickens right now. It's down. It could be a strong tornado. This is going to be about 11 to 12 miles northeast of Dickens. Let me see if I can put some county roads on here. I'll try. You got County Road 251, County Road 244, County Road 257, County Road 259, County Road 267. That's all. If I just listed a county road you're familiar with out here in northeastern Dickens County, you got problems and you better get your butt to shelter or get out of the way. I mean, honestly, you have two pretty good choices right now, given the relatively rural nature. Get into a safe spot or get out of the way. That is not advice I would give if this was a city, but again, we're in the middle of a rural area. Get in your pickup truck and get the heck out of the way of the tornado if you can, and you have time. Otherwise, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Absolutely no one should be in a trailer or a mobile home. Those are death traps in tornadoes. We saw that last week in Perryton, and we may have just seen that 30 minutes ago in Matador. You cannot be in a mobile home or a trailer during a tornado. You are better off lying on the ground outside and getting as low as you can than being in a trailer that ends up getting crumpled up into a tin can and thrown half a mile. So again, Matador, it's hailing. Not good. Northeast Dickens County, nasty tornado in progress, moving southeast. Those of you pretty much just northeast of Dickens into rural northeast Dickens County. If I list a county road out here, you're familiar with the northeast Dickens County. County Road 228, 251, 257, 259, 244, 267. You need to be in a safe place or immediately or get out of the way. That's as simple as I can make it. Eventually, the storm if it continues on its present course, this storm is going to be a direct threat to Jayden. We're still a ways off from that, a county and a half, but those of you in Jayden, this thing's making a beeline for you. It is well over an hour away still, but heads up. For what it's worth, we have other storms developing now back further northwest between Lockney and Turkey, and yeah, we noticed that little suspicious-looking hook feature northeast of Lockney. We're going to watch it. Obviously, we're in an environment that supports tornado genesis, given the fact we've had a major tornado in Matador. Matador is probably getting smashed with more hail right now. On top of being hit by a major tornado, they probably have at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail hitting Matador right now. Northern Texas Panhandle, not worried about y'all right now. These storms, you've got a hailer south of Texoma. This will be crossing Highway 15 south of Stratford. This could have hail. It's not a tornado, so... And then sit around Houston. Damaging winds from near Patterson, Brookshire, Katy, Jersey Village, Alding, Spring over the next several minutes. Leading edge of the gust front, entering Jersey Village, Aldine to near Intercontinental. We'll switch to a different radar. You can see winds about 3,000 to 4,000 feet above the ground over Spring are off the charts. Again, this is not necessarily what's making it down to the ground here, but we are seeing winds over at about 3,000 feet up towards 90, 100 miles an hour, meaning we could easily have 65 to 80 mile an hour winds at the surface. And again, this is going to be for places like Intercontinental Airport, Westfield, Spring, Oak Ridge North, Mount Houston, Aldine, Humboldt. And again, this is about to move into the north sides of the city of Houston itself. And again, I'll turn on the live scanning mode here so you can see when this updates. But again, anything that is in this teal or blue color, anything here that's not green, but pretty much, you know, the light blue to dark blue, those are winds over 60 miles an hour being indicated on this radar. And again, you can see we got a pretty large swath here of damaging straight line winds that are probably knocking down trees, knocking down power lines, causing all sorts of nonsense right now. And again, the potential certainly exists for there to be winds over 60 miles an hour here. Could easily be closer to 70 to 80. Regardless, we're going to have a lot of power outages. We're going to have a lot of tree damage, probably some roof damage. And unfortunately, we're also going to have to deal with the heat tomorrow with folks who are going to be without power. So that in itself is going to be a life safety threat. And again, I know we've had a regionalized mutual aid effort already deployed and underway across portions of Matador. We've got some chasers out there out of the area, or not in town, but away from it, and they've counted dozens of emergency vehicles flying towards Matador at this point. So again, for the second time in a week now, we've had a major tornado strike a West Texas / Texas Panhandle town. The town of Matador has taken a major hit from a significant, strong tornado. There's major damage. We know there are injuries, and it sounds like we have at least one fatality. Beyond that, we have no other reports. But it's not good. So again, here's what we're doing. Again, we're talking about the most intense storms are trying to. We'll get a new radar scan here. You can see winds now. Intercontinental Airport down to Aldine could be well over 60 to 75 miles an hour. And again, up near Intercontinental, we're seeing winds that could be way higher. Again, we're looking about 3,000 feet above the ground, though, so they're not going to be as strong at the surface, but 60, 70, maybe even 80 mile an hour winds for sure. And again, if this really is occurring at Intercontinental, we're going to know about it here pretty quick because we're going to get measurements from the on-field weather instruments. And again, you can see a weather radar nearby, approaching Intercontinental, showing winds of 80 miles an hour. Now, unlike the previous radar that was at, 3,000 feet, this radar's down the road. We're looking literally maybe 300 feet. So this might very well be what's occurring over or near Intercontinental right now with winds approaching 75 to 80 miles an hour. So again, city of Houston, Aldine, Mount Houston, North Houston, Humboldt, Westfield, Spring, Intercontinental, you've got big-time winds either ongoing or about to be ongoing. All right, back to West Texas. This storm continues to show strong indications of a tornado in progress coming up to County Road 251 and County Road 244, northeast of Dickens by about probably 10 miles, moving to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. And again, this is a situation where this storm's an environment clearly capable of producing not only tornadoes, but pissed off big tornadoes that do a lot of damage. So folks out here need to take it seriously. I clearly understand this is a rural area. There is probably more agriculture out here than humans, but you know what? We're still going to cover it. And again, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a significant tornado. Just got a report of aircraft flipped over at D.W. Hooks Airport in Harris County. So again, if that storm in Houston is strong enough to flip over general aviation aircraft, it is certainly strong enough to knock down trees and power lines. All right, okay. Matador. We could have baseball-sized hail falling just southeast of Matador right now. Not good. Okay, new tornado warning. This is going to be for eastern Dickens, southwestern King, southwestern Cottle counties. This is going to be a tornado warning that does... I'll just read the warning. It's going to be a tornado warning until 10 p.m. At 8:55 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 9 miles east of Afton, 12 miles northeast of Dickens, moving south at 25 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This tornado warning includes Dumont, Afton. This tornado warning includes Highway 82, just east of Dickens, just west of Guthrie. This tornado warning is generally moving towards Gilpin, Gilrad, Jayton, Gilpad, Gerald, Jayton. You have time still. But those of you on Highway 70, Jayton, Girald, Girard, Gilpin, heads up. This thing's coming your way, and it took out a lot of stuff in Matador about 20, 30 minutes ago, and it is still putting down a big tornado. It still could have a big tornado by the time this gets down to near Jayton and Highway Highway 380. So those of you from Jayton, all the way up Highway 70 southeast of Spur, you get ready, all right? If you know anyone who lives out here from Jayton to Dickens to Guthrie to west of Aspermont, you call them and let them know there's a big tornado with this thing, and they're either going to have to take shelter when it gets up here, or gets to them, or they need to plan on getting out of the way. And look, we take no pleasure in the damage in Matador. We take no pleasure in the loss of life or the injuries. It's horrific. Look, we chase tornadoes. That doesn't mean we want tornadoes to hit things. And thank you to all the moderators on all our channels who have been helping with all this. We appreciate y'all. And again, we've got winds possibly over 70 miles an hour. Could be higher, now approaching Intercontinental Airport in Aldine in northern Harris County. About to move into Aldine, Mount Houston, and Humble. Large and extremely dangerous tornado, 12 miles northeast of Dickens, approaching county roads 244, 259, 267, moving south at 25 miles an hour. This tornado will cross Highway 82, several miles east of Dickens, and you better not be on that highway when that thing crosses, because you're not in addition to the potential for a tornado, probably softball-sized hail. We have multiple storms behind the tornadic storm, capable of producing baseball-sized hail, winds over 60. And this may be the beginnings of what may turn into our nasty cluster of storms that moves southeast this evening and produces hurricane-force winds. Just got a report that the Dollar General in Matador has been completely leveled. That's not good. That's not good. And again, if you want to know about storms in your neck of the woods, interactive weather radar, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It is there. It is free. It is there to use. The radar on our website, not working, and frankly, probably won't be for a while. We're probably going to have to find a new radar source for that. But the radar in the app does work. So you can download the app and use it. I apologize for the inconvenience, but some things are out of our control, and that's life. All right, we're seeing winds now approaching, on the radar at least, 90 miles an hour near Intercontinental Airport, Aldine, Spring, Humble. And again, we're looking a few hundred feet above the ground here. We're looking at under 200 feet. Folks, it is entirely plausible we're seeing 80 to 90 mile an hour winds near Intercontinental right now. Look, when you're looking at 200 feet above the ground with the radar, it's pretty confident you're going to be able to mix down at least 95% of that wind energy to the surface. So we have major wind west sides of Intercontinental down to Alding, probably producing major wind damage. And again, the reports out of Matador are not good. It sounds like, and we're not going to know how bad it is until tomorrow after first light. First response crews probably, there's probably going to be crews coming in from over 100 miles away at this point, going to Matador. Probably going to be what we refer to as a mass casualty situation, an MCI. Now, that does not mean a high number of fatalities, but a high number of injuries. We saw the same thing last week in Perryton. We had 3 fatalities, 100 injuries. And a mass casualty incident simply means that a substantial EMS response is going to be required. So probably going to see the ambuses out of Amarillo and Lubbock. Probably going to have ambulances from dozens of miles away. And we'll see. Matador had a population of 600. So again, those of you north sides of Houston, Alding, Spring, that's where we're seeing the strongest winds right now. We could have winds well over 70 miles an hour. Moving south, southeast. All right, let's go back out to West Texas. Tornado warning. Large, extremely, potentially violent tornado underway northeast of Dickens. This is a dangerous, life-threatening situation. We're going beyond, honestly, at this point, this signature indicates what could be an EF3 plus tornado. So folks, understand, we're seeing a signature now that's stronger than the one that hit Matador here 30, 45 minutes ago. This is what is probably, this could be a killer tornado if it hits someone and they haven't taken appropriate safety precautions coming up on Highway 244 and County Road 244 and County Road 249. We got winds moving away from the radar at 65 miles an hour, winds moving towards the radar at about 80. So there you go. That is a 140 to 150 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet, what is likely a very large, destructive, potentially killer tornado in progress across eastern, northeastern Dickens County. This is a particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation. This will stay east of the city of Dickens, crossing Highway 82, probably around 6 to 9 miles east of Dickens. Absolutely no one should be on Highway 82 or 114 between Dickens and the city of Guthrie, as a large, violent, potentially deadly tornado will be crossing Highway 82 and Highway 114 in the next 15 minutes. This very dangerous tornado coming up on Highway 244, County Road 244, you know what I mean. County Road 244, County Road 259, County Road 257 in eastern Dickens County. And look, this is a violent rotational signature. We have reports of a massive tornado in progress. This is a major situation with big problems. And look, it is a rural area. There are probably more cows out here than humans, but those humans matter, and that's why we're here talking about this. I realize the city of Houston's about to get clobbered by hurricane-force winds. We're talking about that too, but at the same time, that does not compare to the, mile-wide EF3 plus tornado out here. That's why we're trying to cover both individually, but at the same time, this is a much higher life safety threat. If you want to keep track of storms in your neck of the woods and we're not talking about them, here's what's going on. They're probably behaved. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rainfall. You can track them in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can download the app. It is free. That is a resource we provide at no charge to anyone who wants to use it. You don't even have to live in Texas. The app works across the entire United States. Interactive weather radars. There's 2 different interactive weather radars you can use. The one that's default there, or if you press ... more, the second one that's eventually going to become our main radar. We have local weather forecasts. Doesn't matter where you live in the country. We have storm chasing video, this live severe weather coverage. So again, that is a resource we strongly recommend. I know the radar on the website's not working, and it's not going to probably work for a while, unfortunately. That's a issue out of our control. But again, what we're dealing with is a large, violent, potentially deadly tornado in progress now, northeast of the city of Dickens here in eastern Dickens County. Winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at 90 miles an hour. Winds moving away from the radar in Lubbock, about 40 to 50. 140 to 150 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Very wrapped up circulation. What is a large, violent tornado? If this thing hits something, it would probably be on the upper echelons, the upper side of the EF scale. Let's put it that way. So again, do not tempt fate by going out and looking for this. If you are in the path of this, you have 2 options. If you're in a sturdy site-built structure, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Below ground is your best option, or in a tornado shelter. Your second option, if you're in a trailer, a mobile home, get the heck out of the way. This thing will turn your trailer into a golf ball and then throw it 3 miles into a pond. That's how strong this tornado is. So again, 2 options. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, or below ground, or you drive and get out of the way. It's as simple as that. And again, you better make that choice before the tornado is within 2 minutes of you, because otherwise you're not in a good position anyway. This will stay east of the city of Dickens, west of the city of Guthrie, moving south at 25 miles an hour, going to cross Highway 82-114, 7 to 8, maybe 9 miles east of Dickens. We have additional storms developing back northwest with large hail, maybe some damaging winds. Storm north of Floydada, for example. None of these are tornadic. The only tornadic storm is this storm that is east of Dickens that has produced a major tornado in the city of Matador, where we have at least 1 fatality, multiple injuries, and a whole lot of damage. All right, let's go back to the city. Well, first, let's take a look at this new severe thunderstorm warning. Near Nixon to Gonzales, near Moulton, moving southeast. There could be winds over 60 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail. As this moves southeast towards Skollenberg, Haleysville, Yoakum, Yorktown, all the way down 77. Again, this is a line of storms moving southeast about 25 miles an hour, the potential for winds of 60 miles an hour. Maybe some quarter-size hail, heavy rainfall. Back in the city of Houston, these storms here in Harris County. Heavy rain entering Houston, showing a widespread area of winds over 60 miles an hour. All these blues you see, these are winds over 60. Could be around 80 around Oldie. Again, so this is going to be enough to knock down a lot of trees, power outages, could even see some roof and structure damage. Not going to be a good time to be driving around, especially since we also have very heavy rainfall ongoing. With this dangerous storm. So again, nasty winds from Aldine, Intercontinental, all the way down into Mount Houston, North Houston, approaching downtown Houston, back to Spring Valley. It's about to get really windy. We have that cluster of storms further southwest. Let's take a look at the radar over the state. Turn off the satellite data. We don't really need that now at this time of night. Here's what we have going on. Storms moving into southeast Texas at Houston Metro. Those storms originated on the northwest sides of the Metroplex. Have been moving southeast about 40 to 50 miles all afternoon. They've had winds of 60 to probably near 90 miles an hour. A lot of wind damage all the way down I-45, pretty much from just Corsicana all the way down to Houston now. Cluster of storms in the hill country, now east of I-35, moving into the coastal plain, starting to see indications of a renewed damaging wind hail threat with those. Could eventually make it from Yoakum to Victoria. Supercell thunderstorm east of Dickens, Texas. Large, violent tornado. We've had a major tornado hit in Matador, Texas, in the South Plains. At least one fatality, multiple injuries, and the damage is what you would expect to be on the higher echelon or the higher end of the EF scale. That was not a weak tornado. We have isolated storms in the northern Texas panhandle that are weakening. But again, our clear concern is going to be with this dangerous storm that has a history of producing multiple large destructive tornadoes. We've taken a major tornado strike in the city of Matador. We were here warning you about it. And I hope some folks, maybe we got lucky, maybe a couple folks in Matador were just watching this video stream and got that hint, heard the urgency in our voices, and were able to take shelter before the tornado struck town. But, I mean, we'll probably never know. This storm, now east of Dickens, about to cross over Highway 62. The potential for damaging winds, tornado, big hail. Back northwest, these storms developing behind the first storm, capable of producing a nasty amount of hail and wind. And yeah, I'm sure Intercontinental's got a ground stop. They've got hurricane force winds just west of the airport, so they're not using the primary east-west runways, and they're certainly not doing the southeast departures right now. So again, storms back now from near Cedar Hill, back in Floyd County, north of Floydada to near Matador. We could have hail, damaging winds, the potential for heavy rainfall, maybe some flooding. This storm now approaching Highway 82, east of Dickens, tornado, damaging winds, large hail. For those asking what the Matador tornado tornado rating is, no idea. We're not going to know that until tomorrow at the earliest. They're going to have to send crews from the National Weather Service in Lubbock. They're going to have to do storm surveys out there. But again, that is not something we're really worried about right now. Right now, it is about the getting people that are trapped out from being trapped, getting them to hospitals, getting the injured to hospitals, and securing the situation. And again, there are dozens of emergency crews heading there right now. Heading towards Matador. And folks, I promise you, and mods, if you're listening, anyone starts saying what the tornado rating was, or even trying to speculate what the tornado rating was, put them in timeout or ban them. We're not doing that nonsense. Anyone who thinks you can tell what a tornado's highest damage rating was from a photo alone needs to go take a class, because no. It's clear and evident this was a strong tornado, yes. The specific rating, no. Those saying EF4, blah, 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 no. Look, there is so much that goes into rating a tornado that's on the higher echelon of scales. Look, an EF2 tornado will take a mobile home and throw it half a mile into a pond. A lot goes into determining the exact rating of a tornado. Tornadoes are not rated off their intensity. They are rated off the damage they produce. I could be chasing a mile-wide tornado in the middle of a field, but if it doesn't hit anything, it's an EF0 or an EF1, maybe if it hits a telephone pole. Likewise, the integrity and the design of structures hit by a tornado, especially a stronger tornado, it matters a great deal when determining the exact intensity of what a tornado damage rating is. You take out a tin building and only have, the concrete pad left, it's probably not going to be the same kind of tornado rating as if you had a well-built 2-story home that was properly anchored into the foundation. That being said, I have no doubt this was at least an EF2 tornado, just based off damage I've seen. But again, tornadoes are not based on their intensity. They're based off the damage they produce. So there is my rant for the 5 minutes. I'd say 5 minutes. Houston Bush Intercontinental Airport has recorded a 97-mile-an-hour wind gust. Uh-oh. So, remember when I said the radar was showing winds near 90, 100 miles an hour over Intercontinental? Validation. I get a cookie. These storms now, 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, especially from Intercontinental to Mount Houston to Sheldon. A 97-mile-an-hour wind gust at Houston Bush Intercontinental Airport with these storms. For those of you wondering what that is in knots, that is 84 knots. So again, hi. If you were here about 15 minutes ago, I told you that. And yes, I'm patting myself on the head for that one. So again, we now have a confirmed measurement of 97-mile-an-hour winds at Intercontinental Airport. That's going to damage some things. Not seeing as strong of a wind signature now, but still easily over 70 mile an hour in Northeast Houston, Mount Houston towards Glenea Park, Humont Park, Mount Houston, Sheldon, Cloverleaf. Moving towards Pasadena, Deer Park. And again, that's going to be enough to knock out power, cause tree damage, all that sort of stuff. And again, a 97-mile-an-hour wind gust was measured at Intercontinental Airport at 9:06 p.m. Ouchies. All right. Back west. So, in terms of that, there are probably going to be hundreds of thousands of people without power around the Houston metro. And that's going to be a big problem when we have heat index values over 110 tomorrow afternoon, because they're not going to be able to get all that power restored by tomorrow afternoon. So that's going to become a bit of a humanitarian issue pretty quickly. All right. Possible tornado, or a tornado, if it's still down, it is on Highway 82 at County Road 257, or within a mile of that. You can see we're still seeing a pretty good rotational velocity signature here. 100 mile an hour towards the radar. Not so much away, but again, we'll look at it on a different scale. 80 towards, about 20 away, so the rotation is weaker than it was earlier, but still very strong. And again, in proximity at County Roads 257, 259, east of Dickens on Highway 82/114, as this dangerous thunderstorm continues moving to the south at about 25 miles an hour. That would place the circulation about 10 miles east of Dickens. But again, we're looking a few thousand feet above the ground, so we need to take that with a bit of skepticism because there's some tilt. All right. Severe storm northeast of Floydada. That is a nasty hail core. That could be baseball-sized hail staying northeast of the city of Floydada, but moving southeast eventually towards the city of Dickens here in about an hour and a half if it persists. Here's the latest velocity scan. You can see extremely strong couplet. Winds moving towards the radar about 90. Winds moving away about 40, so 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Right near Highway 82/114 near County Road 257, about 10 miles east of the city of Dickens. Matador, you are clear. Matador, you've still got some rain, but you are clear. You have a hailer to your west. That should hopefully stay west of town, but if nothing else forms, Matador, you are clear. All right, let's go back to Houston. Damaging winds. Now on Interstate 10 at Interstate 610, Interstate 69, east sides of Houston. It's going to be near Humont Park to Cloverleaf to Glenea Park to Pasadena. Radar is showing winds near 70 miles an hour. So not as strong as the 97-mile-an-hour wind gust we had up in Intercontinental, but definitely not weak either. So again, those of you downtown Houston, probably north sides of Houston, especially east sides of Houston, damaging winds. You're probably going to see some transformers blowing, the power flashes, power outages probably. And I'm just going to check real quick with Centerpoint and see how many outages they have at this point. Whatever they have, it's going to get worse. Nearly 300,000 customers from Centerpoint without power. And it's going to get worse. So, again, this is going to be a big problem for tomorrow when we get, a heat index of 110 again, with hundreds of thousands of people possibly still without power. This kind of power outage is not going to be something they can fix at all, completely in the next 12 hours. So we're going to have to probably make sure we get some cooling centers and hydration stations picked up and put together here in a hurry around the Houston metro with this damaging wind event, because this is going to have, if we're already nearly 300,000 customers without power, this is probably going to jump close to 400, 500,000 by the time this thing gets through Houston, based off the wind signature we're seeing. Again, strongest winds right now, very near 610 and I-10, just north of Glenea Park. Winds could be 60 to 70 miles an hour, moving southeast towards Glenea Park, Pasadena, South Houston, Deer Park. And again, technically, we could have strong winds all the way back west towards Missouri City, Brookside Village, Pearland, Bel Air, Meadows. Just not as strong of a signature as we're seeing right now on the east sides of Houston. Again, cluster of severe storms. Let me show that. From near Yorktown to Yoakum to Haleysville, up to Mullen, near Gonzales, we could have localized winds 60, 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. All right, and that's moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. The storms in Houston moving southeast at about 50. Back up into West Texas, starting to see the indications of 2 tornadoes. There you go. It's time to play Who Wants to Be the Cyclic Supercell. Tornado number 1. Tornado number 2. Let me put some telestration markers on here. Or at least try to get some streets. And again, rural area here, but we're going to try to keep folks warned. It's County Road 371. So again, that's pretty much the only one it would let me pull. So again, tornado number 1, the one that's been ongoing for probably 20 to 30 miles right now. Yeah, there's 2 tornadoes here. We got twins, and both are pissed. Okay. So again, 2 tornadoes. Tornado number 1, probably 10 miles southeast of Dickens. 110, 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation. Tornado number 2. Probably closer to 15, 16 miles east of Dickens, near County Road 371, south of Highway 82, 114 by 3 miles. Both tornadoes moving south-southeast at 25 miles an hour. At some point soon, we'll probably see the first circulation occlude, dissipate, with the new one continuing on for quite a while. 2 large and extremely dangerous tornadoes moving southeast, 25 to 30 miles an hour. Should this continue, this will be a direct threat to the cities of Jayden to Aspermont within 40 to 60 minutes. So again, this is in the middle of relatively rural area now. We're going to start getting close to towns again here soon. And if this thing does not chill out, we are going to have big problems with mean, angry tornadoes trying to hit population centers again. So those of you from Gilpin on Highway 70, to Girard on Highway 70, to Jayton on Highway 70, to Swenson, Aspermont. They're on 83 and 380. A large to two large, extremely dangerous tornadoes continue, moving southeast. If this storm begins to transition over to a big straight line wind producer, easily could have winds over 100 miles an hour. Take your poison. 100-mile-an-hour straight line winds or big tornado, either way, impactful weather is likely to continue from this for a couple more hours yet. Those of you in Harris County, Pasadena, South Houston, to Hobby, to Galena Park, to Cloverleaf, could be winds over 70 miles an hour right now moving southeast. Those of you in the big country, you're going to want to pay very close attention. This storm may make it down to I-20 by 11:30 to midnight. All right, here's what we're going to do real quick. Really quick. I'm going to go grab a drink out of the fridge. And I'll be right back. But again, Matador, as damage reports keep coming in, seeing pictures of two-story homes that have been leveled and partially swept away, seeing trees debarked. That was not a weak tornado. I won't speculate on the EF rating because I just went on a tangent 10 minutes ago about that. But again, that was a higher echelon, higher rated tornado. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 45 to 60 seconds and we'll keep on going with this. All right, we're back. My apologies. Coffee/caffeine was needed or something because, well, my throat hurts. All right, again, a couple things. One, Pasadena, southeast sides of Houston. You're probably getting 70-plus mile-an-hour winds right now. Nothing good can come of that. Two, large tornado. Now, southeast of Dickens, moving towards the southeast at 25 miles an hour. That could end up being a direct threat to places like Jayton, Peacock, Swenson. And eventually, this could get closer than I'd like for comfort for Aspermont. And again, let me show that in frame for you. There's Aspermont, there's Jayton, smaller towns in between. Definitely the potential for significant issues. Again, pictures of trees down on homes in the woodlands. So again, that verifies that 97 mile an hour wind reading out of Intercontinental. Again, CenterPoint Energy now reporting 293,000 customers without power. Most of those north sides of Houston, which means that number is going to go up exponentially as storms move through eastern Houston. All right, those of you in Matador, this severe storm going to stay off to your southwest. Emergency response, disaster relief can continue unabated now. We have had a major tornado hit Matador, Texas. about an hour ago at this point. We have at least one person dead, we have injuries, and we have what I would consider to be high-end tornado damage. We've got a lot of problems around this town of 600 people. Mutual aid, both locally from surrounding towns and regionally, probably from the Panhandle, West Texas, maybe even Northwest Texas, is en route. And again, similar to the Perryton tornado last week, folks, if you have no reason to be anywhere near Matador, 1, do not go there. 2, look at me. Hi, my name's Dave. 3, do not self-deploy without authorization and explicit orders from command. All right, these, look, we don't like disasters, but these disasters have been well planned for. There is a certain command and control structure that goes into this to order resources and have those resources respond and stage. For as chaotic as a disaster scene is, control and order must be maintained, which is why there are channels to go through deployment, which is why the Texas Department of Emergency Management, the Texas Forest Service, through the Texas Intrastate Fire Mutual Aid System, and, the Emergency Medical Task Forces all have protocols for this. I know there's an AMBUS in Amarillo. I'm pretty sure there's an AMBUS in Lubbock. I know there's an AMBUS around Wichita Falls. At least one of them, if not more, are probably already on their way out here. Type 3 USAR teams, Texas Task Force 1 and 2. Type 3 being the smaller, about 45-person crews. Probably we're going to have one of those, if not both, out here by tomorrow. And again, I haven't heard too many reports because I honestly have been trying to keep up on these storms, but there's probably going to be a response similar to that we had in Perryton. I mean, Matador is a population of 600 to 800, Perryton a population of about 8,000. So, again, it's still a good-sized town, and we're going to have a very large response from emergency services. And again, if you are in the city of Houston right now, Southeast Texas, the Houston Metro, if you have no power, I'm sorry to tell you, this is not going to be something that gets resolved quickly for most of you. This is a large-scale power event at this point. We've got power outages galore with a majority of counties without power, all the way from southeastern North Texas, eastern Brazos Valley, all the way down I-45. This line of storms has produced major wind damage from Corsicana all the way down I-45 to now the city of Houston. Some of you are going to be without power into the weekend, most likely. And I realize that's not what you want to hear, but unfortunately, we need to plan for it because it's hot, it's humid. And we're going to have a lot of problems beginning tomorrow when heat index values are back above 105 to 110 degrees if we have hundreds of thousands of people without power. Strongest winds right now, right over South Houston, Pasadena. We're seeing wind gusts that could be over 60 miles an hour. So again, a lot of you are going to lose power down here, and some of you are not going to get it back for days. Some of you may get it back by midnight. It's just how things roll, unfortunately. We've got a cluster of severe storms producing maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds from Yorktown all the way up 77 through Yoakum to Haleysville. You can see here the radar showing winds aloft, pockets of 60-mile-an-hour winds, could have some quarter-sized hail, maybe some, there is heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. And then back in to portions of the South Plains of West Texas. We're probably going to have a new tornado warning here soon. Circulation, best I can tell, does appear to be approaching Highway 70 near Gilpin and Girard. And again, we're going to have to wait and see what they decide to do with this. But I would not be surprised if we have a tornado warning for places like Jayden here in just a moment. And again, this storm has a history of producing multiple large, violent, killer tornadoes. And At some point, it will stop producing tornadoes and will transition to a damaging straight line wind threat. But when that happens is still to be determined. And the rotation's weaker right now. I mean, it's still there, but this is not the classic holy moly guacamole 130, 140 mile an hour circulation. But this is certainly a storm that requires us to be vigilant. Now, I'm going to zoom out. And again, at some point, this will transition to straight line winds. Let me just show you. I mean, yeah, I'll tell y'all exactly where it's heading. Give me just a second. I'm going to put this out for 2 hours. Sounds like the damage path through Matador is about a 1/4 mile wide, which, yeah, it was a large tornado. All right. Give me just a second. Set this out for 20 minutes. Here we go. So let me just double check the speed. They have, I think it's moving at 40 now. Oh, let's see. All right. So what I'm going to do is, under the assumption this is going to begin speeding up if it, bows out in clusters. Weather Service has it moving at 25 right now. The radar algorithm thinks it's closer to 40. So I'm going to do 35 miles an hour. Keep in mind, that means the times on this are going to be dependent on that. If it goes faster, it's going to get there sooner. Slower, gets there later. I'd rather it go slower than faster. So let's just do that. And again, I'm going to give this thing a very wide berth. So let's just do 30. Let me redraw that. Sorry, this thing's finicky. Yeah, and that's what I'm... nope. No, I just want to be able to do it this way. There we go. All right, so this is what we're going to do. And again, you notice I'm giving this a wide berth. May not be wide enough. If the timing holds up. Aspermont by 10:20. Jaden by 10 p.m. Rotan by 10:45 to 10:50. Hamlin by 10:50. Ruby by 11. Anson by 11 to 11:05. This could be approaching Interstate 20 from anywhere near Sweetwater to Abilene by 11:20 to 11:30 p.m. And again, that is dependent on the exact motion, the exact speed. Houston Metro, we're going to go take a look at you again real quick. Again, line of storms, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Widespread wind damage, power outages out the wazoo. We're talking hundreds of thousands of you without power. Strongest winds now showing up right about 70 to 80 miles an hour. South Houston, Pasadena. And again, that's going to be moving south-southeast right towards Interstate or Highway 8, Interstate 45 on the southeast sides of town towards Dickinson, Alvin, Santa Fe. And again, all the way down towards Friendswood and Webster. Potential for 70 plus mile an hour winds, power outages galore, tree damage, all that. Again, we've got wind damage up I-45 all the way to Corsicana. This thing has left, I mean, for all intent and purposes, this could be characterized as a serial derecho. In the fact, we have a almost 200-mile-long stretch of wind damage from near Corsicana all the way down I-45. This thing's been producing probably hurricane-force winds for the last 4 hours now, as it's gone down I-45. Okay, so that's what's going on with that. Those storms eventually going to make it off the upper Texas coast, but they're going to probably bring some nasty winds to places like maybe Freeport, Jamaica Beach, Galveston Island, Galveston proper, the city. So if you're between Houston and Galveston, it's about to get windy. All right, let's go out here. Now, there is some good news. Looking and investigating the velocity, we're starting to kind of chillax here a little bit. This storm, tornado-wise, look, worst case scenario, this thing forms into a cluster of damaging wind-producing storms that makes it down to the hill country early tomorrow morning. But I'm not confident of that now because of the storms we had earlier in the day. So this may just be an issue for the big country now before it weakens later tonight. All right, we got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be until 10:30 p.m. for northeastern Kent, southeastern Dickens, southwestern King, and northwestern Stonewall counties. This tornado warning will include the city of Jayden, Swenson, Gilpin, Gerald, near Aspermont. Aspermont, for all intensive purposes, I'm just going to say you're in this. I mean, it's close, but I don't care. So this is a tornado warning for Aspermont, Swenson, Jayton, Gilpin. This includes Highway 70, Highway 380, Highway 83. No one should be traveling on 380 between Aspermont to Jayden and Claremont. No one should be on Highway 83 from Aspermont up to 82. No one should be on 70 from Dickens to Jayden, unless you like taking baseballs to your windows and getting lofted by tornadoes. Here's the which way the velocity mode is. Now, a couple things to note. We're going to be a little meteorological here. This is an outflow boundary. If this can get ahead of the circulation, that'll cut off the low-level inflow and allow us to start calming down the tornado risk here, but increase the damaging straight-line wind risk. That being said, the low-level rotation definitely not as intense as it was here in the last few minutes. If we had a tornado, it'd probably be right here. That being said, I can't totally rule out some weird circulation in this thing either, but it's not clear-cut anymore. You know, it's not bright green against bright red. We're dealing with some data range folding at this range too. But no recent reports of a tornado. No recent reports to discount a tornado either. But regardless of it being a tornado damaging straight line winds with wind-driven hail, those of you in Jayden, east of Peacock, Swenson, and Aspermont need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes are a good idea if you have to walk on debris. Helmets, good idea as well in case stuff goes flying. You might ask, well, what good's a helmet going to do? Well, trust me, it's going to do you good if you get knocked on the side of the head by something. Research after the super outbreak of 2011 in the southeast United States, where over 300 people died, found that a pretty sizable portion of those fatalities were caused by head injuries, and the fatality rate would have been reduced had helmets been worn. So, I mean, grab a helmet, bicycle helmet, sporting helmet, motorcycle helmet, something that at least gives you some layer of protection against blunt force trauma to the skull. And again, I don't care if you're 9 years old, you're 39 years old, you're 99 years old. It is a good idea to do that. And again, this is going to be for a thunderstorm with a history of producing destructive tornadoes all the way back to near Matador. Again, we have this thing produced a killer tornado in the city of Matador. We have high-end tornado damage. Many buildings have been destroyed. We have people hurt, and we have at least one person that has died. This storm is still capable of producing significant severe weather and is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. If this thing's beginning to transition over to a straight line wind threat, we could see winds well over 80 miles an hour, which will still cause wind damage. The circulation, definitely not as impressive as it was earlier. We're not seeing that violent tornado-looking signature now. It's harder to find the signature in radar data, but we're also starting to get further away from the radar data. So this thing is still capable of producing a tornado, damaging straight-line winds and hail as it moves southeast towards Jayden, Aspermont, Swenson, and Peacock. Southeast Texas, a line of severe thunderstorms with a history of producing winds up to near 100 miles an hour, but hopefully now we're down to about 60. Extends from near Beach City, Baytown, southwest to Seabrook, League City, Alvin, Dickinson, Manville, Thompson's, Arcola, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This storm eventually could bring strong winds to Santa Fe, Bayou Vista, Texas City, Galveston, Galveston Island, Jamaica Beach, maybe all the way down to Angleton. Again, Centerpoint now reporting 303,000 customers without power. And again, there's probably at least several thousand or tens of thousands of customers without power all the way up Interstate 45 towards Corsicana. This thing's been a long-lived complex of storms with hurricane-force winds, all the way from near Corsicana southeast down Interstate 45 to the city of Houston. And again, these storms continue to move southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Eventually, they're going to make it off the upper Texas coast, at which time I will be a slightly happier boy. All right, second cluster of storms near Yoakum down to Yorktown, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Mainly a damaging wind threat. We could have some winds over 60 miles an hour, cause power outages, some tree damage, etc. And that eventually could make its way down towards Victoria, up Highway 59 toward Edna, where severe thunderstorm warnings are also being issued now through at least 10:30 p.m. And this is our big, bad, very mad thunderstorm that has been producing major tornadoes all evening. Pretty good signature of straight line winds. I'm going to actually switch radars. I want to get a different look. Now, this is looking... Let's see where we're looking here. We're looking about 10,000 feet. So again, we're looking the mid-levels here. I just wanted to see what it looked like compared to Lubbock. Let's take a look from the Lubbock radar. And again, we'll do that same data back on. So this is about 6,000 feet. Lower the better. Get you closer to the surface and gives us a better idea of what's going on. Texas Panhandle along 83 north of 40. I can't totally rule out a storm complex tomorrow morning in the Panhandle, but at this point, I think y'all are done for the night. Those of you in Jayden, you better get your butts to shelter. You're either going to have a tornado or one heck of a hurricane-force straight-line wind event coming into town with damaging hail here soon. Storm moving southeast 25 to 35 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado, damaging straight-line winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour. The potential for hail. Could be large wind-driven hail. And again, y'all are welcome to join us on our Discord server. Mods have been sharing the links to that, and it should also be in the video description. We have interactive weather radar on our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in your app store or type in texasweather.app in a web browser. That'll take you there too. And we'll be keeping an eye on all these storms. Remember, we focus on the most life-threatening storms. It's like a triage situation. We have to focus on the most life-threatening storms. So if we're not talking about your storm, that's probably a good thing. And again, starting to see a bit of an increased circulation with this again. We're looking 6,000 feet above the ground, so I need to emphasize we need to be cautious here. But again, if there is a tornado, the best place to look would be in this appendage hook echo, which is going to be near Jayden here in the next 10 minutes. So if you're in the city community of Jayden, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Parasol shoes and a helmet. Do not be surprised if you lose power here soon because of not only the tornado, but damaging straight line winds coming in from the northwest. And again, these storms continue to move southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Those of you in Jane to Aspermont need to be in a safe place. The lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No trailers, no mobile homes. You're better off driving away from this thing than being in a trailer or mobile home. Those of you in Jaden, this is an urgent call to action that you need to be in a safe place. Rotation is intensifying. The potential for a tornado is increasing. Those of you there need to be in shelter. And again, this could have damaging straight line winds in excess of 80 miles an hour as well. Again, damaging straight line winds all the way out here. This is all damaging winds extending from near Highway 70 to Highway 83 in from near Jane to north of Aspermont. This is all pretty much moving towards Jane, towards Aspermont. And again, could also have large wind-driven hail with this. Some of the short-term high-resolution weather models earlier today were showing winds of over 120 miles an hour with this, straight-line winds, as it got closer to Abilene and Interstate 20. So if that's what ends up happening, the transition here from tornadic to straight-line wind, at some point, we could still have very nasty hurricane-force winds out of this. And again, if it continues, this could be a threat to Interstate 20 between Sweetwater and Abilene by 11:30 p.m., maybe midnight. This could be an issue for places like Rotan by 11 p.m., Hamlin by 11 p.m., Ruby and Anson by maybe 11:15 as it moves southeast. Now, am I saying this is still going to have a tornado with it by the time it gets down to Highway 180 or Interstate 20? No, I'd bet on it. It probably wouldn't have a tornado, but it could easily still have hail and damaging straight-line winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for Galveston, Jamaica Beach, Freeport, Angleton, and that's for the storms coming out of the Houston metro moving southeast. There could be winds 60 miles an hour. Those of you in East Texas, there is not a thing going on right now. Y'all in East Texas, you're fine. There's nothing going on right now. We're dealing with this storm. Well, one, angry complex of storms. Here, I'll just turn the statewide view on. Let's do it this way. A good reset's good once in a while anyway. So let's press some buttons. Let me turn off the satellite data because we know it's the middle of the night. I could switch it over to a nicer version. There, you want clouds? There, I'll give you some clouds. Okay, so one, we got a complex of storms moving off the upper Texas coast soon. Two, Jaden, you need to be in shelter now. That circulation just went all sorts of pissed off. So those of you in Jade, you better have your butts in shelter. Back to this. Cluster of storms number one, about to move off the upper Texas coast and the Gulf of Mexico. We have hundreds of thousands of people, probably, there probably could be 500,000 people without power right now between Corsicana and Mejia all the way through the eastern Brazos Valley, down Interstate 45, into the city of Houston, and eventually now from Freeport to Galveston in the next 30 minutes. Cluster 2, on pretty much coming up from Victoria to Highway 59 to near and southwest of El Campo over the next hour. That'll eventually move off the upper Texas coast near middle Texas coast near Port Lavaca. 3, cluster of severe storms now in west central Texas moving southeast into the big country. These storms could have 70 to 90 mile an hour straight line winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, and, at least for now, the potential for tornadoes. Everywhere else, nothing's going on. We got some showers in the Big Bend. There's nothing severe with that. Arklatex, Texoma, not a thing going on. East Texas, not a thing going on. Rest of the Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle, so those storms have dissipated. Not a thing going on. Happy birthday. Back to this storm. Again, if you're in Jane, the potential for hurricane-force winds, maybe a tornado, coming into Jane now. Again, this thing at times has shown much stronger rotation, but we're also getting farther from the radar site, so it's harder to see it. There could be a tornado there. There could be hurricane force straight line winds with hail getting driven sideways, and it could be baseball size hail. Either way, that is going to make one big boo-boo if you're out in it. So please be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in Jane to Aspermont need to be in a safe place. Again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hopefully everyone asking what's going on in terms of other locations. I just talked about it. Best thing I can do for you is we're going to focus on this life-threatening situation. If we're not talking about you right now, be happy. If you want to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got forecasts. We've got down to the neighborhood forecasts. We've got interactive weather radars. We have 2 of them. One, the first default one, and then the second one you can find under ... more. That app is a free resource for all of you to use that we supply. Because guess what? It's not free to supply, but we supply it. If you really want to support us, there is a app. You can remove ads in the app. It's $10 a year, I think, or I think $1.99 a month. But either way, you are welcome to use it. However you want to use it, you can use it here for state of Texas. It works across the entire United States. But again, we're focusing on this angry, stormy approaching Jaden. But again, East Texas, y'all are fine for the night at this point. No repeat of last Thursday night. It was Interstate 45's turn for that, apparently, today. All the way from pretty much Corsicana all the way down through Fairfield, Buffalo, Huntsville, Conroe, Intercontinental, which had a 97-mile-an-hour wind gust, and the city of Houston itself, where we now have several 100,000 people without power, and that's going to be visiting the Gulf Coast near Galveston here shortly. All right, we're seeing a pretty good low-level circulation just northeast of Jaden right now. This possible tornado is, again, near Jaden. Second circulation, maybe northeast of Jaden. Yeah, I'm not going to try and nitpick and find that for you. Let's just say this whole angry storm is capable of producing angry severe weather with tornadoes. Damaging winds over 80 miles an hour, wind-driven baseball-size hail. We are going to put a storm track on this again. I'm going to assume it's moving about 35 miles an hour. Let me make it bigger. I'm going to do it like this. 35 miles an hour, moving like pretty much like this right now. And again, this is just a guesstimate. Aspermont by 10:10, Hamlin 10:40 to 10:45, Rotan 10:35 to 10:40, Roby 10:50 to 10:55, Anson 11 to 11:05, Sweetwater 11:20 to 11:25, Merkel 11:30 to 11:35, City of Abilene 11:40 to 11:45. If it continues on its present course. Those of you in Jane, you better have your butts in shelter 20 minutes ago when we told you, because we got something nasty going on right now just northeast of Jane. It'll update here in a second. Latest scan on my end has a very, very strong circulation that is developed within 1 to 2 miles of the east sides of Jane. So absolutely no one or their mama better be traveling right now on 380. No one and their mama better be on 380 between Peacock, Swenson, Aspermont, and Jaden. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Look, this storm has already killed people tonight. This storm has killed people. This exact storm has killed people. We have people hurt. We have buildings that have been leveled. This is a big, bad, and extremely mad supercell that has put down violent tornadoes. Do not go outside and look for the bloody tornado. It's 10 o'clock at night. It's wrapped in heavy rain, and it's pitch black outside. You're not going to see it with lightning, probably. And trust me, you don't want to see it if it ends up being right on top of you, because that's how people get impaled by debris and killed. And we've already had people killed tonight. So if you're in Jaden to Aspermont, Peacock, Swenson, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Helmets. Why is this not updating? Radar, you're about to get me really angry. Is it just not wanting to de-alias? Okay, we're going to switch to this one. Let's see if this one shows you all better. My radar on my primary monitor over here, the 4K monitor of Doom's working fine. Apparently this one's being a bit slow and is about to get a mallet thrown at it. Let me try to de-alias this a little better. De-alias is the programming that tells you which way the wind's blowing mode, etc. Some programs have a better time at others at dealing with that. The primary program I use for my analysis does great. This one, sometimes not so much. But again, pretty strong circulation now on Highway 380, just east of Jayden. And even if we don't have a tornado here, we've got straight line winds out the wazoo. And again, we have a West Texas Mesonet station here in Jayden, so we're going to know how strong the winds near Jayden are shortly, because we've got a pretty good weather station there on the southeast side of town. And again, this storm could be dropping baseball-sized hail, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado, and you can see we have definitely become extremely organized again in the rotation department. Now, we're looking several thousand feet above the ground, but you can see this is your inflow notch here. This is your rear flank downdraft. Heavy rain, could have winds and wind-driven hail over 80 miles an hour. Your circulation, if this program was showing it correctly, which it's not, right there. Again, tip of that hook. Very near Jayden. So there is probably a tornado there. And if there's not, there is a very, very angry rear flank downdraft with probably winds near 100 miles an hour. So again, this thing has attitude. It has clearly ramped its happy self back up into a problem. Again, I think you can tell by the tone of my voice, we go from calm, collected to and this is one of the moments where folks better be taking it seriously. Look, I know this is a rural area. I know there's probably more livestock and oil rigs out here than people, but you know what? People are people, and we're going to take it seriously. I don't care if it's in the middle of nowhere or in the middle of the Houston metro. And I know we got wind galore in Houston. It's windy. But this is a life-threatening situation for these people here, and that's why we're focusing on this. That is why we provide the Texas Storm Chasers free mobile app for y'all to use. We've got 2 radars, we've got local weather forecasts, we've got live storm chasing video, live severe weather coverage, and actual weather articles. Y'all can download that app. It is free. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, and here you go. So again, those of you in Jayden, you're probably getting clobbered right now. Hail, you're going to get hail on the back side of this here shortly. And this storm continues to move southeast at, they're saying about 25, we'll say 25 to 30 miles an hour. Worst of this is probably going to stay west of Aspermont. But those of you in Aspermont, I would strongly discourage you from going west on 380 right now. We may still end up with some very strong winds in places like Peacock, Swenson, and Aspermont, but this may be making a beeline towards Roton, which is down in Fisher County. And again, let's do this. Let me see if I can't get this to load. So we're going to do, I'm going to load a 1-hour loop, just so y'all can see this. And it's going to take a minute for the data to load. If it loads at all, we're just going to have to see, because technology and I never get along usually. Case in point. You can see, here's a half-hour loop. This thing's moving pretty much due south, 25 to 35 miles an hour. Near Jayden now, moving pretty much, it's pretty much going to be going down Highway 70 towards Roton, Roby, eventually maybe Sweetwater. The potential for a tornado, quite high right now. This thing has a very strong circulation again. We have inbounds towards the radar in Lubbock at over 100 miles an hour, outbounds close to 80. And again, this thing has a history of putting down killer tornado. These are outflow boundaries to the west. Yeah, it's right in this boundary, which is helping to enhance the low-level shear. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can't fix this. Apparently, the voice is going to start going out, but that's okay. You know what? We're just going to deal with it. The weather... Oh, sweet Mama May. Jayden, that weather station I just talked about, 100-mile-an-hour wind. So this thing, that circulation I talked about, the backside of that passing near Jane, 100-mile-an-hour straight line winds, in addition to the potential of a tornado. Let me tell you, those of you from Rotan to Ruby, you better be getting ready, because this thing is on a beeline to create a major problem. Let's go back to the radar. Radar, I am going to get extremely angry at you in a minute. This de-aliasing is being garbage on here. Come on. Alright, hold on. I'm going to mess up the layout here. But I'm going to show y'all what I can see on my screen, since this is just being absolute bloody garbage right now. Give me just a second. Yeah, I'm building it in real time. Welcome to Dave. Alright, so again, I realize this is not the radar you're used to seeing, but this is what I'm seeing on my screen, the which way the wind's blowing mode. Pretty much the colors are the same, okay? Winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock, we're seeing about 75 to 80 miles an hour. Winds moving away from the radar, we're seeing at about 70 miles an hour. And for those of you wondering about the radars in the app, first radar, default one's the radar button. Second one you can find under ... more, and it should be there. I'm going to open the app right now to make sure it's working. I'm sure just despite me, it's somehow not, and I can hit my head on this desk about it later, but again, a West Texas Mesonet station measured a 100-mile-an-hour wind gust in Jayden a few minutes ago. And yeah, the app may be taking just a little while to load. As you might expect, it's a little bogged down with traffic. I will bring that up with the developer later, but again, back to the how hard it's raining mode. This thing, 100-mile-an-hour wind gust in Jayden, last 10 minutes at 10 p.m. 100-mile-an-hour wind. Very, very strong low-level velocity signature. What could be a dangerous tornado underway. I can't show you the velocity data very well, but yeah, you're right. The app's actually not even opening for me yet. I'll check on it here tonight for y'all. It's probably overloaded with traffic, but I'll check after all this is over, and we'll try to make sure that doesn't happen again. But at the same time, poop. Okay, so those of you in Jayden, y'all probably have no power right now. Those of you in Rotan down to Ruby, you're going to have a big problem with this. Winds 100 to 120 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado. Wind-driven baseball-size hail. So again, most of this is going to stay west of Aspermont, but is moving directly down towards northern portions of Fisher County, Rotan, Ruby, Royston, North Ruby, Longworth, eventually right down Highway 70. Y'all are going to have an issue with this, and this is a major storm. This thing's got more attitude than a politician after they lose an election. Trust me, this thing means business. And again, we're focusing on the most life-threatening storms here. And that's this storm. And understand, here's the lowdown. If you want me to be completely honest with you, this thing probably produced what's going to be classified as a EF3 plus tornado in Matador. At least one person is dead. There are injuries. Buildings have been leveled and the debris swept away. This thunderstorm produced a 104-mile-per-hour wind gust in Jayden 11 minutes ago. This storm is showing indications of what could be a large destructive tornado in progress. This storm is capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. This storm is moving southeast, south-southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. This storm will likely still be producing significant, impactful, severe weather when it arrives in Rotan, Ruby, Hamlin, Royston, Sylvester by 11:11 p.m. This is a situation where tornado warnings are all but likely for places like Fisher County, southwestern Stonewall County, perhaps as far east as northwestern Jones County in the next 30 minutes. This storm will remain west of Anson, east of Snyder. It is right on Highway 70. This storm has produced a killer tornado. This storm is producing winds over 100 miles an hour. This storm is also producing destructive giant hail. This storm is about as big, bad, and mad as they get. This storm is 70,000 feet tall. And this storm is not going anywhere anytime soon. Those of you from Sweetwater to Merkel, even Abilene, could be under the gun by midnight from this highly destructive storm. So get ready. Let's go back to the radar here. And again, I need to see what radar is going to be closer to this. 72, 71. Looks like the Dias radar is going to be closer now. Again, we want to use the closest radar because the further out from a radar site a radar beam becomes, the higher up above the surface it gets. So in this case, we want to be able to see as low as we can to see what's going on in the low levels of the storm. So it's going to look a little different, but at least we're getting a good look. Now, this is about as classic as it gets. Look, it is 10 o'clock at night. Baseball, softball size hail. Your rear flank downdraft winds could be over 100. Winds are over 100 miles an hour. Here, I'll turn on the storm report real quick. You see that? That is a wind gust of 100 miles an hour in Jayden at 10 p.m. That was measured. Your inflow notch. This thing's probably sucking in air at 50, 60 miles an hour, going up in the updraft over 150. And this thing, I'll switch over to the echo tops real quick. In case you're wondering, here, I'll even turn off smoothing. Look, understand, this thing is 60, 65, 70,000 feet tall. This thing, probably one of the most powerful storms we've seen in Texas this year, honestly. So it's not going to die anytime soon, and it's going to be with us for a while, and we're going to be here covering it, because that is what we do. And look, if you were here last Thursday, you know we were here for 10 hours. We covered tornado-warned storms in northwest Texas, Texoma. We covered it when it transitioned to hail and a derecho in Arklatex in East Texas, which folks are still trying to recover from. You know what we weren't here for a week ago, last Thursday? The Perryton tornado. We went live 20 minutes later. We missed it. One of the biggest mistakes I've made in years of doing this. And let me tell you, haven't forgotten, still blame myself, going to be something I blame myself for years. We were not going to repeat that today, which is why we've been here now for 4.5 hours. We're going to be here for hours more, probably. And look, I don't care if this is in the middle of nowhere with 10 people. I don't care if this is in the middle of a major city. We're going to cover it. We're going to cover it regardless. And we're going to stay here and deal with it. So, there is a new tornado warning. Southeastern Kent, southwestern Stonewall counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 7 miles west of Peacock, 7 miles southeast of Jayden, moving south at 30. This storm is producing non-tornadic winds over 100 miles per hour. This storm is producing 4 to 5 inch diameter hail the size of a softball to DVD. This storm is moving south at 30 miles an hour. This storm is moving towards Rotan, Ruby, Royston, Sylvester, Longworth. And understand, even if this thing is not putting a tornado down, the Jane Mesonet now has 109 mile an hour winds. So understand, we are now up to 109 mile an hour winds now with tennis ball size hail. And Jane, do you have any idea what tennis ball size hail being driven sideways by 110 mile an hour winds is going to do? Folks, that's going to go through your house. That is just as deadly and dangerous as a flying piece of tornadic debris. So understand, even if this thing stops producing tornadoes, we've got 110 mile an hour straight line winds with tennis ball to softball size hail being flown sideways. For all intents and purposes, a Category 3 major hurricane with tennis ball size hail. Those are deadly projectiles, just like a fence post or a tree branch or something else. Except a big chunk of tennis ball to softball size ice weighs pounds. That will kill you. That will go through your siding. That will go through your roof. That will go through your windows. That won't just break or shatter your window. That will go through your window. Think of a baseball being thrown at 110 miles an hour. Make that softballs. So we now have 109 mile an hour winds with softball size hail being reported in Jaden. Folks, I greatly fear what buildings in that town are going to look like when this is over. Like, it is going to look like a war zone, just like a tornado would. And again, I do understand we've had major issues with damaging straight line winds in eastern or southeastern North Texas, down into the eastern Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. We've had a long-lived swath of damaging winds of probably 70 to 90 miles an hour, up to 100 miles an hour. We have hundreds of thousands of people without power. And that will be a big news story the next few days. But for now, we need to focus on what's going on right now. And that's this. So, let's summarize. At 10:14 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, 110 mile an hour straight line winds, softball to DVD size hail, is located 7 miles west of Peacock, 7 miles southeast of Jayden, moving south at 30 miles an hour. This storm is moving towards Peacock. Pretty much the hail. Understand, the way this storm's moving, first comes the tornado. Then comes the softball size hail and 100 mile an hour straight line winds and heavy rain. I know usually these are moving northeast and, first it's hail, wind, then tornado. This is opposite. Tornado, hail, and wind moving southeast. I cannot emphasize just how dangerous this storm is. And look, let's ignore the tornado thing. I mean, yes, this thing's put a killer tornado down. If we don't have a tornado at all, we have 110 mile an hour straight line winds measured in Jayden. We have softball size hail, 4 inches in diameter in Jayden now, being lofted and thrown at 110 miles an hour. You ever watch a Major League Baseball game? Pitcher throwing a baseball at 110 miles an hour? You ever see what happens if they hit someone? Think of that, but with hundreds of hailstones, the size of a softball, being lofted and thrown over 100 miles an hour. I mean, I can't fathom it, to be honest. And let me tell you, I am extremely happy I'm not in a vehicle right now chasing this thing, trying to intercept that hail core. I don't think DFW is going to have issues from this tonight, unless something drastically changes. And, I mean, well, technically, see this. At this point, I don't see anything super big impact in DFW. That being said, there are a couple of little stormies up here from Henrietta to Archer City with small hail, gusty winds. We'll keep an eye out, but clearly this thing near Jane is big, bad, and probably one of the strongest storms I have ever seen here in the state of Texas, to be honest with you. This is one of these things that you remember for years because of how insanely intense it was. This thing is the mother of all supercells, with 4 to 5 inch hail, 110 mile an hour winds, tornadoes. And this thing has produced a killer tornado in Matador, where high-end tornado. And look, we will talk more about that after all this, but we need to focus on what's going on now and who's in the path of this. And again, this thing's got more attitude than, I mean, 2 bobcats going at it in the middle of the zoo or something. I don't know. Pick your favorite idiom. All right, we have a new tornado watch through 1 a.m. It's going to be for parts of the Conch Hill Valley, it looks like, and Big Country. We'll get into that here in a bit. But again, this is a problem. Let me make sure we've got the city stuff on here. Okay. So again, we will have a tornado warning for Fisher County soon. Those of you from Rotan to North Roby to Longworth, Sylvester, McCauley, Royston, Celotex, west of Hamlin, you guys got problems. And this tornado warning may even extend to Hamlin. I mean, this thing probably is on a beeline for Rotan, North Roby, and Roby. If you're in Roby, or you know anyone out here, look, the chance of someone actually living in Rotan and Roby watching this right now, probably slim to none. I get it. I'm on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, social media. If you by chance know anyone who lives north of Sweetwater, out here, Rotan, Roby, Hamlin, north of Sweetwater, in Fisher County, call them and let them know the mother of all stormies is coming. Jaden, 109 mile an hour wind measured with softball size hail. And this thing could have a tornado. A tornado watch until 2 a.m., 2 a.m. for the Big Country. They just issued a tornado watch for this one storm. Trying to get a good velocity image for y'all. This program's having issues galore de-aliasing this, which is making me a very angry Davis. But technology is technology. Let me try that. And if I have to, I'll just pop on the program I'm using off the screen here, and we'll go that route. So Jaden has had winds over 60 miles an hour now for 20 minutes. 60 to 109 miles an hour on the backside of this circulation. We're not talking about the tornado. We're talking about the rear flank downdraft winds in this hook. All the winds coming right into this hook. For the last 20 minutes, winds of 60 to 109 miles an hour with softball-sized hail. I cannot imagine what buildings in Jane are going to look like after this. Nothing good. So again, Jaden, it's going to start calming down the next 10 minutes. I don't think anyone in Jaden can probably hear me right now. Power's out in the whole town, and at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if the cell towers got bent over to the ground. And I mean, who knows what the softball-sized hail driven by 110 mile an hour winds did to the cell antennas. I mean, shredded them probably. So anyway, look, we still have a very strong mesocyclone with this storm. Let me turn off the storm track. Winds moving towards the radar and technically Dias, but it's near Moran, northeast of Abilene. Winds moving towards the radar about 70. Winds moving away at about 50. But we're looking at about 7,000 feet above the ground here. And again, DFW, I think you're fine. to be honest with you. I mean, let me look off screen here real quick, but DFW, I think that earlier round of storms has saved DFW a bit. Because notice, if you look at our interactive weather radar on our mobile app, you'll notice, yeah, we have a few storms in the northwest of DFW, but at this point, this is the worst thing. And we don't have a giant cluster of severe storms. It's a pretty small cluster. So I think DFW, unless something drastic changes, this is going to be way west of y'all, and y'all are going to be fine. But again, those of you in the big country, that's going to be a different story. Now, notice how this is turning into more of a blob. The blob. Anyway, the potential for this to have, I mean, there's softball-sized hail reported in the last 10 minutes in Jaden. Damaging winds, 110 miles an hour. Is that the Midland office? I have to open more chats. And the potential for a tornado. But as we go to blob stage here, we may start transitioning more to just, that hurricane force damaging wind threat. And by hurricane force, I mean major hurricane. Winds up to 120 miles an hour with this thing. That being said, this thing still has a very strong mid-level mesocyclone and could have a tornado in there, but it would be so wrapped in rain, we're not going to see it. But again, this thing's moving south-southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. And again, this thing produced major, major tornado damage in Matador. We have people missing. We have people that have been killed. We have people that have been hurt. We have buildings that have been leveled. That was not a weak tornado. I won't speculate on if it's an EF3, an EF4. It's probably going to be up in that category. And look, EF5, to get an EF5 tornado these days, let me first clarify, we're talking about the damage, not the tornado. We don't rate tornado intensity. We rate the damage those tornadoes produce. In terms of accurately representing the intensity of a tornado, no. Look, let's be honest here. I've seen tornadoes that probably could have produced EF5 damage over a field that hit nothing but a telephone pole and it was rated EF0, EF1. So let's make that perfectly clear. This is a damage scale, not a tornado intensity scale. It gives us a relative idea of the winds that were produced by the tornado, but not the actual peak intensity of the tornado. So once you get that out of the way, yeah, probably going to be up in that category. But to get an EF5 rating, which hasn't happened in years and years and years, somewhat controversially, and I won't go into that detail because, politics play a role in everything. Certainly, it takes pretty much at this point an act of God. You have to have a perfectly built structure, perfectly anchored, pretty much going through a massive checklist of things, and it's usually not going to happen, which is why most, even extreme tornado damage these days rated high-end EF4. And I mean, it's fair, but again, good morning. All right, let's get back to it. All right, let's take a look at the state. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. We'll turn off the satellite. We'll press some buttons here. We'll just make it a pretty satellite image. We'll turn on the radar. I'm going to turn off the reports. I'm going to yell at Ryan Sheff if he's listening. So let's deal with what we have going on. We have been focusing on the killer tornado storm thing of doom here in west central Texas. We have had a cluster of severe storms move all the way from near Corsicana in southeast North Texas all the way down I-45 through Houston, now moving off the upper Texas coast. We've had winds 60 to 90 to 100 miles an hour, hundreds of thousands of people without power all the way from near Corsicana, eastern Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Cluster of storms number 2 from near Victoria to Columbus, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, small hail. It is quiet for the night in East Texas. It is quiet for the night in the Arklatex. Probably quiet most of the night in North Texas, but we need to watch some of these storms firing near Wichita Falls. Look, those things, from Archer City to near Henrietta, they're behaving themselves. We'll watch them, and yeah, they may become strong with some gusty winds, but the atmosphere is pretty worked over after storms earlier today. We'll still watch it, though. And then we have our big, bad, very mad supercell moving towards Sweetwater, which, by the way, Ryan Chef, that's where it's probably going, not Abilene. So again, and there's a new tornado warning. Let's get back to it. So again, this is probably going to be a threat all the way down Highway 70 to Sweetwater. At this point, it's going to stay west of Abilene unless we see building to the east. A tornado warning for Fisher County in the Big Country. This does include the city of Rotan. This does include Ruby. This includes North Ruby. This includes Royston. This includes McCully, Sylvester, Longworth. At 10:30 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles north of Rotan, moving south at 40 miles an hour. 40, that's important. The storm's speeding up. This storm is capable of producing softball-size hail, 110 mile per hour straight line winds, non-tornadic winds, a tornado, and etc. So, we're still here, we're dealing with it, and we're going to be here until this is done. Now, the radar is still having some de-aliasing issues, the purple clear muck of doom. Nevertheless, as we look, winds moving towards the radar near Moran at 70 miles an hour, winds moving away at 70 miles an hour. This thunderstorm has attitude, and will continue to have attitude for quite a while. The potential for wind-driven hail, straight-line hurricane-force winds, non-tornadic over 100 miles an hour. The potential for the 100-mile-an-hour winds to throw baseball to softball-sized hail sideways at 100 miles an hour out of the north. And the potential for a tornado to add it all in. This thing is an extremely dangerous storm. Those of you at Rotan, Royston, Ruby, Longworth, Sylvester, Highway 70, all the way from south of Jayden to Longworth, just north of Sweetwater, need to, first off, don't be on Highway 70. Second off, safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And for what it's worth, we're seeing some pretty gusty winds all across northwest Texas right now, not associated with storms, just strong winds. And again, this is going to be a threat to the city of Sweetwater probably by 11:45 p.m. This is going to stay west of Abilene, unless we see some building off to the east. But even then, actually, let's do it this way. Let's play this safe. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off the trackers. I'm going to make my own. Let's switch over to level 3, and let's just loop it. And again, this is going to wobble a bit. So I'm going to look with you. I'm going to see where this is moving. It does look like it is moving more south-southeast. So let's do this. Probably going to stay west of Abilene, but I'm not going to guarantee that. So let's draw a storm track. Hey, can I draw a storm track, or do I need to hit you with my mallet? Thank you. No, stop it. Stop it. Bad. Here we go. Why is this not letting me draw? Hold on, I'm resetting the program. It's making me mad. All right, here we go. That was a little interesting. Switch back to the high-res version. And again, I'm going to draw my own storm track on here. You can see we're starting to bow out. So that bowing north of Rotan, that's going to increase the damaging wind threat. And there still is easily going to be a tornado in here with softball-sized hail. Let me tell you, you want to know the strongest storms? Outside of this thing having an F5 on the ground, this is about as nuts as these storms get. This is what happens when you get this kind of a severe weather setup in June. And obviously, we haven't done a great job of calling them out more than a day in advance, but It's been a long month. All right, here we go. So again, I'm gonna draw this. No, I wish this thing wasn't so uber sensitive. I'm drawing this out ahead of that a bit. I'm gonna zoom out, and I have to do it again. Can you tell I'm frustrated? So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this a big bubble, just to cover my butt. They have it moving south at 40. I'm gonna do 45. So, this is just for the damaging wind aspect of this. There are going to be parts of this that have quarter-size hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. There are going to be parts of this that have softball-size hail and 120-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado. Let's make that abundantly clear. Snyder, 10:55. Rotan, the next 10 minutes. Ruby, by 10:50. Anson, 11. Hamlin, the next 10 minutes. Stamford, 10:50. Hawley, 11:15. City of Abilene, 11:30. Merkel, 11:20. Sweetwater, 11:15. Colorado City, 11:25. Tuscula, 11:50. Winters, midnight. Robert Lee, 12:05. Bollinger, 12:25. And that is assuming this storm is moving at 45 miles an hour to the south-southeast and doesn't turn left, doesn't turn right. And again, this is for this whole complex here. That doesn't mean everyone in this box of red is going to see 100-mile-an-hour winds, softball-size hail, and tornadoes. I want to make that abundantly clear. Some of you will. So let's get back to it. As this extremely dangerous thunderstorm continues to produce just nonsense and nonsense. First off, you want to see how tall it is? You thought it was tall earlier? Guess what? 67,000 feet, 62,000 feet. Folks, this whole thing, 70,000 feet tall. That's about what we would see with thunderstorms on the equator. I mean, it's pissed. All right. So let me put this back on a loop so y'all can at least track this over the last 30 minutes. I know motion is a good way to determine when it's going to be impacting your area, so that's what I'm going to try to do. Let me see if I can't get this back to an hour. And I can. So again, this is what it's done over the last hour. You can see it's mostly moving south-southeast with softball-size hail, 80 to 110 mile an hour winds, the potential for a tornado, the potential for the tornado to be wrapped in rain, the potential for this thing to just produce widespread horrific wind and hail damage, with 4-inch hail being driven by 120 mile an hour winds. And again, this is moving south-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. You can see we're starting to get a little more coverage here with storms forming off either side of this. So we're starting to get to a more of a clustered mode. But this remains still a very dangerous thunderstorm. And again, if I zoom out, you can see we've got a couple storms firing up in northwest Texas. Let me be abundantly clear. Those dime-size hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain. Nothing severe about those right now. Nevertheless, they may end up down into portions of North Texas a bit later on. And we'll look, and we'll keep an eye on them. But again, the only big-time severe weather issue we have right now in terms of high-end severe storms, this storm about to hit Rotan, Royston, Roby. Well, I'm out of my Cinnamon Toast Crunch treats. No snack for me. So again, what we're dealing with is a thunderstorm with a history of producing a strong to violent killer tornado in Matador, producing a 109-mile-an-hour wind gust in Jayton, producing softball-size hail in Jayton, and that is now about to move into Rotan, North Ruby, Royston, Longworth, in Fisher County. This thunderstorm remains capable of producing softball DVD-size hail, 80 to 110-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado. If you are anywhere near this storm, you better have your butt in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet. Even if you don't get hit by a tornado, that hail alone is going to break glass, and you're going to have to walk on glass. And you don't want to walk on glass without hard sole shoes. The potential for hurricane to major hurricane force winds over 100 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado. Do not think you're going to walk outside and see a tornado. If there is a tornado, it is likely shrouded within a much larger area of hurricane force winds. In addition, probably looking north out of Ruby right now, all you can see is a big old shelf cloud that just looks like a big old thing of heavy rain coming south. Except it has 100-mile-an-hour winds and softball-size hail. All right, looks like we're getting a warning update from the Weather Service in San Angelo for this. We're going to read it as that comes out here in a moment. So again, those of you in Abilene, I wouldn't be too worried right now. This mean storm's going off to your west. We'll keep watching, but those of you in Abilene, carefully monitor. Those of you in Sweetwater to Trent, I'd be more concerned. All right. But again, all right, 10:41 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Rotan, moving south at 40 miles an hour. This storm has a history of producing 109 mile per hour measured winds and softball-sized hail in J-Town at 10 p.m. This tornado moving south at 40, be near Roby at 10:55 p.m. or in the next 10 minutes. Sylvester by around 11, Longworth around 11:05. This also includes Busby and Highway 180 near the Fisher-Scurry County line. And again, western edge of this, moving towards Snyder, could have 70-mile-an-hour winds. Eastern edge of this, trying to move closer to Hamlin, could have strong winds, maybe some hail as well. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. So again, let's just look out the state here real quick. I'm going to turn on the shortwave data, turn on the radar. So let's talk about what we've got going on outside of the whole West Texas thing. One severe storm cluster that brought damaging winds, perhaps the highest wind speed ever measured at Intercontinental Airport at 97 miles an hour, now off the coast of Texas. Hundreds of thousands of people without power. Cluster of storms from Victoria up to Sealy, moving southeast towards Port Lavaca and Bay City. Could have localized winds over 70 miles an hour at times. A prolific thunderstorm with a history of producing a 109-mile-an-hour wind gust in Jayden. 4 to 5 inch size hail, that is softball to DVD size hail, with the 100-mile-an-hour winds in Jayden. Has produced multiple large violent tornadoes, has directly struck the town of Matador, resulting in fatalities, destruction, and what's probably going to be a violent rated tornado, is now approaching Rotan, Ruby, and Sylvester, Royston, Longworth in Fisher County. This thunderstorm has the potential to directly impact Interstate 20 from near Sweetwater, around Sweetwater, by 11:30 p.m. This storm is moving south at 40 miles an hour. Those of you in Abilene, on present course, this will stay to your west. But if it builds east at all, that would enhance the probability of damaging winds and hail for places like Merkel, Tye, and Abilene, down to Buffalo Gap. And that is something that may be trying to happen. Again, at some point here, we are going to transition from a tornado threat to purely one of destructive hurricane-force winds over 80 to 100 miles an hour and large hail. And as that occurs, we may start seeing this thing turn a little more to the southeast, which would place Jones, Taylor counties under the line of fire versus solely Fisher and Nolan counties. And that may be what is happening. For example, zooming on in, starting to see a pretty good little circulation develop here on the radar southwest of Aspermont. You might note that is on the eastern edge of these tornado warnings. Means they may have to extend it further east. Here's your circulation. Go back up here. And again, notice even where the circulation may be up here, Rotan, we're seeing winds on radar well over 75 miles an hour, and a hail core that could be that of baseball to softball size. This storm may be starting to move more southeast than south, which again could bring portions of western Jones and Taylor counties into play. Now, I'm not saying that's a guarantee, but Abilene, Merkel, Sweetwater, all under the gun from this. If this starts moving more southeast, well, yeah. So, Sweetwater to Abilene, definitely you're going to want to watch this. Abilene, I'll admit, I'm a little more concerned now than I was a few minutes ago. But we're just going to have to wait and see. And we're going to be here. And again, this thing's got hail out the wazoo. This thing is quite angry. It's Rotan. Thank you. I do. Long-time people know I have a horrible time pronouncing things, mostly because of a speech impediment. It's not my intention to mispronounce everything, but I do. So, Rotan. You're right, again, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're about to get a lot worse. The potential for softball to DVD size hail and a rain-wrapped tornado. And again, those of you from Hamlin to Merkel to Abilene to Tye, all the way back to Sweetwater, this thing may be starting to become more of a complex of storms, which could increase its threat width-wise, which means, yeah, those of you pretty much from Snyder, Colorado City, Sweetwater, Rotan, Ruby, Hamlin, Merkel, Tye, Abilene should probably get ready. Again, this is really, I mean, we have a couple storms in the coastal plains, southeast Texas, that have some strong winds. By far, this is the meanest storm we have in the state, and easily one of the contenders for the meanest storms we've had in the state this year. Further northeast, yeah, we've got a couple storms that have fired up here in pretty much between Wichita Falls, Bowie, Bellevue, up to Henrietta. They're behaving themselves, nothing severe. And Miri, if you're watching, give me a note or give me a favor and make sure I have your right address to ship this shirt to. And I'll do that later, but all right. So again, couple behaving storms northwest Texas, very angry storms in the big country, no severe weather now in southeast Texas down to the coastal plains of Victoria Crossroads, which will let us solely focus on this very dangerous supercell moving near Rotan, and Ruby. And again, here is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Now, this is more of a straight line. I mean, yeah, there's rotation, but this is definitely straight line wind signature, too, with the perhaps a spin up tornado. Problem is, this thing's also got hail. As you can see, the track on here is trying to turn it more southeast as well. So, yeah, we may end up having problems between Sweetwater and Abilene as this storm continues moving east southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour and definitely has the potential to produce high impact severe weather. I'm going to turn the radar loop back on. And again, the potential for softball size hail, that's 4 inches in diameter, the potential for a tornado, and a history of producing both tornadoes and straight line winds up to 110 miles an hour. In the severe weather season, that really just will not ever end. So, those of you in North Ruby, Royston, Ruby, all the way up to west of Hamlin, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's here, for the lack of a better term. And again, this thing could have a rain-wrapped tornado, softball-size hail, non-tornadic winds over 100 miles an hour, the potential for major impacts here in Fisher County, moving towards Nolan County, western Taylor County. Again, this thing's shooting lightning out all over Jones County, Haskell County, back up into Stonewall County. You can see we've got some storms behaving that are moving up into portions of western North Texas. And again, storms themselves south-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Again, this may end up being much more of a high-impact, wind-driven hail event now than tornado. The tornado's certainly not out of the realm of possibility, but big wind-driven hail galore. And as I say that, the rotation intensifies right over Highway 92 west of Hamlin. So let's just get back to it. All right, back to the high-res radar. Here you go. Kind of a cluster of storms now, but still a very strong area of rotation on Highway 92 west of Hamlin, east of Rotan. No debris signature, but a very strong circulation nevertheless. We're going to turn on the probe feature here. Give us a good guess. We have winds moving towards the radar down in Moran. Winds moving towards the radar about 60. Winds moving away at about 70. So we have a, for all intent and purposes, 130 to 140 mile an hour couplet. And it's just been confirmed at 9:04 p.m. Houston Bush Intercontinental Airport measured a wind gust of 97 miles an hour. Since observations began in 1969, this is now the strongest wind ever observed at Houston Bush Intercontinental Airport, surpassing the 82 mile an hour wind gust from Hurricane Ike in 2008. So Houston, at least parts of Houston, just had their strongest winds ever recorded since 1969. Possible tornado on Highway 92 west of Hamlin, east of Rotan, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour towards Royston, Celotex, McCully. The potential for strong winds exceeding 100 miles an hour. Wind-driven, softball-size hail. The potential, if not likelihood, for this to be a very destructive severe thunderstorm as it continues to move southeast at 40 miles an hour. And I did say southeast, which means, yes, those of you in southwestern Jones, and Taylor counties are now more under the gun now than you were 20 minutes ago, as this moves southeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Notice we're also building back west now to Highway 208, the potential for damaging straight-line winds and hail with that, with the potential for a tornado on Highway 92, east of Rotan, west of Hamlin. If you are near Royston, McCully, Celotex, down to Sylvester, that includes Highway 180. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, in a sturdy site-built structure. If you are in a trailer or mobile home, you are better off being in a ditch outside than getting trapped in a trailer or mobile home if that thing gets picked up and turned into a golf ball or a tin can that gets squished. And again, be in a safe place. Rotan, west of Hamlin, down to Ruby, Sylvester, in northeastern Fisher County. Eventually, this may require a new tornado warning for western and southwestern portions of Jones County, eventually moving towards Nolan and Taylor counties. Sweetwater to Abilene. This thunderstorm remains quite capable of producing softball, grapefruit to DVD-sized hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. Winds over 100 miles an hour, and a tornado. Those of you on I-20 from Sweetwater, Trent, Merkel to Tide, Abilene, you are fine for now. This storm is still 45 to 60 minutes away. You have time. So you don't necessarily need to move to shelter yet, but you should start thinking about that if you have to move to shelter. That tornado warning is gone, but they're going to need to put a new one out. And they just did, by the way. We'll see that pop up on the screen in a moment. We are now 5 hours into our tornado coverage. We're going to be here for longer yet. All right, we now have a tornado warning that does extend to Interstate 20. This is going to be a tornado warning until 11:45 p.m. for western Jones, northern Nolan, northwestern Taylor, and Fisher counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Softball to DVD size hail. Non-tornadic winds of 70 to 100 miles an hour. Located near Ruby to Hamlin. Moving south at 30 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 240 and 275. Absolutely no travel is recommended between the city of Abilene and Lorain, east of Colorado City, for at least the next hour and a half. Those of you in Sweetwater, Trent, Merkel, Ruby, Hamlin, Rotan are in this tornado warning. Sylvester, Longworth, Tesco, Trent, Merkel, just west of Ty, are in this tornado warning. What does that mean? Sweetwater to Merkel, you've got some time. But that means you need to start moving towards your safe places. That's going to be in a sturdy site-built structure. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab hard sole shoes for everybody and grab a helmet for everybody. Bicycle helmet, sporting helmet, motorcycle helmet, whatever helmet you want. It's better than no helmet at all. The shoes are in case you have to walk on broken glass. The helmets are in case things start flying around. It gives you some level of protection. Roby, thank you. Roby, appreciate that. And again, this is a very dangerous cluster of thunderstorms capable of producing 70 to 100 mile an hour winds. Quarter to DVD size hail. And in the case of a circulation now southwest of Hamlin, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. This circulation moving towards Sylvester, McCully, over the next 10 minutes, eventually may become a threat to Tesco, Trent, and Merkel. At present course, this storm will still remain just west of Abilene, but we are going to be very, very mindful of that. Those of you in Sweetwater, you are in this tornado warning. While the tornadic portion of this thunderstorm may go east of Sweetwater, the damaging wind hail portions further west likely will not. So a relatively large tornado warning. And again, if you're in the tornado warning, you need to take shelter. And again, if you're in row B, you should be in shelter as well. The tornadic portion is probably going to go northeast of town, but the damaging wind portion certainly will not. A 78 mile an hour wind gust measured in Rotan. And again, this storm moving east-southeast at 25 to 30 miles an hour. So again, we're monitoring just the big country right now. We'll look out at the state. You can see we've had issues all the way from I-45 from Corsicana to Houston to Galveston. We had some severe storms in parts of the hill country earlier, parts of the coastal plains, Victoria Crossroads. At this point, the only severe storms, this cluster of very intense severe storms from near Snyder, east through Ruby, Hamlin, west of Anson. And that's all moving southeast now at about 25 miles an hour. And again, damaging straight line winds up to 100 miles an hour, softball-sized hail, maybe a spin-up tornado. I want to emphasize here, I'm not as concerned about a long-lived, big-time tornado as I was earlier, when this thing, brought a killer tornado to Matador. But this thing is still a very intense, severe storm. And this thing will cause problems. And it needs to be taken seriously, hence the tornado warning. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're dealing with this. And again, hopefully it'll weaken, but so far it most definitely has not. Well, the money for it, dum-dum, obviously. You paid for it, so I'm going to send you the money for it. I love you. I'm still on a live stream, by the way, so all the people here hear me calling you a dum-dum. They just don't know who I'm talking to. I'll tell you who, it's Jason Cooley, but that magical time where they're like, oh, nope, I got it. No, I'm going to still send you the money. So, again, a line of severe storms approaching Snyder to Ruby to Hamlin. The potential for softball-sized hail from near Rotan, east on 92 to near Hamlin, from Ruby, east on 180 towards west of Anson, moving southeast, 25 miles an hour towards Sweetwater, Trent, Merkel, and Ty. And again, this thing's got attitude. I am hopeful we can keep this just west of Abilene, but it is going to be close. Again, Abilene at this point is not in a tornado warning. The tornado warning goes to Merkel and Ty, technically west of Ty. The city of Abilene not in any weather warning right now. But again, line of severe storms moving east-southeast right now about 25 to 30. I'm going to do another storm track because it makes me happy. And since I've got the power to do it, I'm going to do it. So let's do this. Nope, see, this thing's being difficult. So what happens when I don't use a mouse pad? Hey, phone, you look kind of soft. Nope. 2023, and I still have to find a mouse pad from time to time. Let's try this. Nope. Oh, that was interesting, wasn't it? Let's do this. I'm going to make this a very big box, moving southeast about 30. And I'm going to give myself just a little lee room here because I want to make sure we have Abilene in this, just in case. Sweetwater, about 11:30 to 11:35. Merkel, about 11:45. Ty, about 11:50 to 11:55. If this moved into Abilene, west sides of Abilene, midnight. Downtown Abilene, 12:05. Impact, 11:55. Hawley, 11:40. Anson, about 11:15. And again, Abilene, you're going to get gusty winds out of this. I mean, that much I'm confident of. Y'all are going to at least get some gusty winds. I'm talking about, the softball-sized hail tornado issue. I'm hoping just stays just west. Now, for Mary down in Buffalo Gap at about 12:15, you've got problems. Tuscula, about 12:25 to 12:30. And again, if it continues, Blackwell, about 12:25. Winters, about 12:55. If it continues. All right, so let's go back up here. Again, very strong surge of winds from Ruby, east on 180, just west of Hamlin, moving southeast towards Trent, Sylvester, right over Macaulay and Celotex right now. And I'm sure I mispronounced that, but I'm sorry. It's okie dokie. So again, those of you in Hamlin, you may have strong winds, but the worst probably just off southwest of town. Big hail between, well, pretty much in a box, along and east of Highway 70, east of Hamlin, south towards Trent and Merkel. And again, we're starting to see this become a cluster of storms, which means the overall threat for damaging winds is going to increase. Amy's fine. I feel bad for Amy. I thought Amy was in Abilene. I was wrong. Amy shouldn't have any issues tonight where she's located. Mary, on the other hand, for heaven's sake, the Rotan Mesonet just measured a 95-mile-an-hour wind gust. Couple things. I'm going to turn this light down. It's giving me a headache. Okay, so the Rotan Mesonet, back up here, still seeing winds of 100 miles an hour, which means, Ruby, you could have winds up to 100 miles an hour with very large hail shortly. Same thing goes if you're in Sylvester. Same thing goes for places like Longworth. And then here in the next 30 minutes from Sweetwater east on I-20 through Tesco, Trent to Merkel. Maybe even as far east as Ty. The potential for winds up to 100 miles an hour, wind-driven hail, etc. Oh, she said the Q word. Oh, well, in that case, carry on with the blame game. In case you haven't joined us, by the way, we're talking amongst ourselves on the Discord server. You're welcome to join us. Oh. All right. And just real fun, I'm going to call a friend. So, you know the part where I would typically call and, yell at you for making bad things happen in Texas? I'm taking the time out of my live coverage, as I'm doing live coverage, to do so. Last week was enough. This is overkill. Yep. Are you going to bring me some pimento cheese? I'm very sad. Why would you want to go back there, though? Isn't it, though? Well, the Rotan Mesonet just hit 95 miles an hour. I'm going to have to go deal with this again. At 10:30 at night? That's unfortunate. All right. Bye. Abilene is not under a tornado warning. Let's make that abundantly clear. The big box here, that big red box of doom, that is the tornado warning. Tornado warnings are no longer issued by counties. They're issued by polygons, which means while part of Taylor County is included in the tornado warning, it is the very smallest portion of Taylor County from Trent to Merkel west to Ty. City of Abilene not under any warning at all right now. Are you going to end up under a warning? Well, at the rate we're going, probably, for damaging winds. Anyway, yeah, that was Stephen Jones. He's actually in Denver, Colorado right now, dealing with gridlock traffic and construction on I-25. I-25 between Denver and Fort Collins is like I-35 between Dallas and Austin. Except it's only 2 lanes and it's still under construction, so... it's like between Den and Thackerville, Windstar. Sorry, when you're 5 hours into this, sometimes you have to take a few minutes to be a moron. And I'm definitely a moron. All right, let's get back to it. This is a extremely dangerous thunderstorm. We have winds well over 100 miles an hour, non-tornadic, still being produced back in Rotan. Seeing a pretty good couplet southwest of Hamlin that could put a rain-wrapped tornado down. Winds moving towards the Moran radar at 82 miles an hour. Winds moving away at 40. So again, in addition to the non-tornadic winds over 100 miles an hour, the potential for a tornado. the potential for wind-driven softball-sized hail. And again, this thing could put a tornado down. In fact, it is trying its darndest right here, west of Anson, north or southwest of Hamlin. Now, I know this specific display is giving you grief. Let me show you a different product here I'm able to use but I use it for my analysis, and it'll give you a better idea. The text labels are going to be small, but again, let me push it on screen here, right here. South of Hamlin, southwest of Radium, due west of Anson, pretty much coming up on County Road 174 and County Road 93. That's where we're seeing the strongest velocity right now. I'll switch over to a different product that'll visually show the rotation, and you can see it right there. Again, south of Hamlin, northeast of McCully, due west of Radium, west-northwest of Anson. And again, this storm is moving southeast or east-southeast at 30 miles an hour, damaging straight-line winds, the potential for a tornado, and then we've got winds up to 100 miles an hour all the way back here to near Rotan. So again, pretty wide area of damaging straight-line winds now, all the way from near Snyder to Roby on 180 to west of Anson. And again, this hail core in eastern portions of Fisher County needs to stop moving east, or else we are going to have problems in the city of Abilene. So again, this storm moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. Softball to DVD size hail, non-tornadic winds up to 100 miles an hour in the last 10 minutes reported, and there could be a rain-wrapped tornado south of Hamlin. And again, if there's a tornado right now, it is going to be 6 miles south of Hamlin, 7 miles south-southwest of Radium, or 11 miles northwest of Anson. And again, right here. And again, I want to emphasize, yes, we are concerned about tornado here, but this thing has a whole lot more damaging wind that goes west 15, 20 miles. So tornado here, damaging wind goes all the way back to Ruby, back to North Ruby to Rotan. And frankly, if I zoom out, you can see this whole thing probably has winds of 60 plus miles an hour, with the worst winds along and east of Highway 70. And again, this thing is trying to trend southeast. And if this keeps up, this is going to get really close to the west sides of Abilene. As it stands now, the worst part of this storm is going to go east to Sweetwater, more towards Trent and Merkel. Okay, let me check a couple things here. The Abilene spotters are active on amateur radio. And let me turn this loop back on. I know y'all like, well, for one, I know y'all would rather see a visual representation of what's going on in person, but life. Okay, why is that loop set to 1 hour? Absolutely not. Anger, rage. Why are you rapping to that? I'm going to hit something. I hit a button. No, why are you giving me a 1 hour loop? No, bad, reset. Mallet. All right, back to this. I'm just gonna, at this point, turn off that. We're gonna use that, and that'll give us a better loop. I don't need a 3 hour loop. I just want a 1 hour loop. And again, we've been live for hours. We're going to be live for hours more yet. Here's a loop over the last hour. Again, you can see how we kind of started shifting more southeast. All right, amateur radio. And Ryan Chef, if you're listening, the reason I'm looking is I want to see if I can't find you a live amateur radio feed to listen to. I doubt he'd need me to find it for him, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just do it that way. Yeah, he's listening. He's starting to type. All right. Yeah, I've got 11 monitors. Admittedly, I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 activated right now. But yeah, I've got 11 all around here. Technically, if you really want me to count, there's 4 behind me. There is a TV. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's another big screen up there, so 16. But I only have 8 on. The 4 behind me are not ones I use typically. They are for Stephen Jones. Then TVs on the walls are all hooked up to a Roku to watch TV, and the Price is Right and all that when you know there's not weather going on. But there's weather going on, so we're not going to be watching The Price is Right and playing Plinko right now, much to my displeasure. All right, so there's a loop. You can see what's going on here. I'll zoom out. We'll take a look at other stuff in the state. You can see what's gone on down here across parts of southeastern Texas, the Victoria Crossroads. We've got some rain ongoing, which is a blessing across parts of the southern Brazos Valley, the Victoria Crossroads, down to the coastal plains. Storms that brought all sorts of chaos to parts of the eastern Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, upper Texas coast. Those moved off the coast. And so for all intent and purposes, we are only dealing with these storms in the big country in the severe weather angry department. Yeah, we have a couple storms in northwest Texas, Bowie back towards northern Jack County. They're not severe. They're just rain and lightning. Maybe some gusty winds, but that's about it in that department. Okay, so we press that. Let's go back over to the, hey, I regret having this radar button sort of thing today. All right, here's the wind mode. You can see still seeing a pretty good surge of wind now on Highway 180 near McCully, Sylvester, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, we're still seeing some circulations here that could try to spin up rain. Or could spin up a tornado, but at the same time, we're seeing damaging straight line winds and hail. Now, as a whole, this cluster has been weakening a bit compared to, the crazy thing it was. I mean, it's still 70,000 feet tall, but we're starting to see less of a crazy low-level wind signature, which may mean at least we're transitioning from a tornado threat to a damaging wind and somewhat hail threat. And again, this thing's still got hail. Could be tennis balls, maybe even baseballs. We've still got strong outflow winds well over 70 miles an hour. Yeah, people in Discord, you will stop or the timeout button's going to come out. Thank you, David, for that report from Ruby. Rotan. Rotan, you guys should be getting clear this soon. Now, there is wind on the backside of this, so it may be really windy after the storm's beyond you, but the tornado threat, Rotan, you're done with the tornado threat, but you still got rain, and it's probably going to be windy on the backside of the storm. We're actually seeing some pretty good winds here on the backside of the precip core, which isn't overly surprising. Sometimes we see wake low events or essentially big bursts of winds after the storm, so that could be an issue. But again, let's do a storm track on this. Need to knock this down a bit. I'm going to knock this down to an hour. All right, so this moving southeast. We'll do 35 miles an hour. Hawley by 11:40, Impact about 11:55, City of Abilene about midnight, Merkel about 11:40, 11:45, Sweetwater about 11:40, Blackwell about 12:20, Buffalo Gap about 12:10, Tuscola about 12:20, Potosi about 12:15. Again, this assumes, Abilene's going to get at least some rain, some gusty winds. Hopefully the worst will go just off to the west. And again, we are starting to calm down just a wee bit. I want to emphasize that. I mean, these are still really unhappy storms, but we are starting to calm just a little bit. Hopefully back to 70, 80 mile an hour winds. Maybe some tennis ball size hail, and perhaps we can be done with this tornado threat soon. Again, not a clear-cut area of super defined low-level rotation. I'm going to actually switch radars. I want to see what the Midland radar is showing just to get a better look. Clearly, this storm moving east of Ruby, near Sylvester, west of Anson, moving southeast towards Merkel and Ty, has some attitude and is moving more southeast at about 30 versus south. So like I said earlier, when these start forming into a cluster of storms, they may turn more to the southeast versus going due south, and that's what's going on here right now. And yeah, y'all need to still be in shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I'm not saying this thing's done. I'm just saying we probably don't have 5-inch hail or 110 mile an hour straight line winds. This thing's still an extremely dangerous storm. And that doesn't, and me saying it's a little weaker does not negate the potential for significant problems. I mean, 20 minutes ago, this thing produced a 96 mile an hour wind gust in Rotan. Oh. After this season, I'm going to have to buy a new office chair. Some more lumbar support. Actually, I have not. Houston downtown is over. Houston, you're done. Southeast Texas, it's raining. It may be pouring, but no more severe weather tonight. As for tomorrow, I have no idea, because honestly, I haven't had a chance to look at anything. I am real quick, though. Benefit of one of those 8 monitors I have on. I mean, there may be more storms in southeast Texas tomorrow, but just like today, we're going to have to wait and see how everything materializes. Obviously, the forecast I made this morning did not include the potential for a serial derecho to fire up in DFW at 3 p.m. and then move southeast and attack Houston this evening. That was caused by storms last night and this morning in Kansas and Oklahoma that shot a boundary to the Red River. That boundary acted as a little source of lift, popped a storm, and once the storms got going, with 100-degree temperatures and 80-degree dew points, it was off to the races. It made it all the way to the Gulf Coast, so clearly weather models are doing about as well as my hairline with all this, and that's why, unfortunately, this has been more of a nowcast situation for 2 weeks now, where we literally just have to try to use intuition, experience, and, maybe 20% of the time we'll get it right. outside of an hour. And by the way, we do have free interactive weather radars in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. The app is free. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. You can watch our live severe weather coverage. Use our interactive radars. We have one under ... more. And then the one under just the radar button, live severe weather coverage. Local weather forecast, by the way, that can use your GPS to give you weather forecasts. It works in the state of Texas. It works across the country. So if y'all want more information on that, looping radars, all that functionality, and Futurecast technically is included in the ... more radar. All right. So real quick, I'm going to I'll put this back on the loop mode. Reason I'll do that is I'm still looking at tomorrow just out of curiosity. I mean, tomorrow hopefully is much quieter than the day. I mean, we'll probably have some storms to deal with, but at least, models aren't freaking out about tomorrow yet at this point. But yeah, no, we could have isolated scattered storms, maybe with some hail and wind from the Panhandle to the Permian Basin, all the way east through Texoma, North Texas, the Hill Country, maybe even Southeast Texas. Pop-up storms. And again, beyond that, I can't get any more focused right now. But this whole thing that happened today, the Panhandle stuff that developed and then moved into the big country, that was something we mentioned this morning in our weather video that could happen. The stuff that happened in the Hill Country, we said, a couple isolated storms, probably not as organized, hail, wind. That was a little more organized than I thought. And then this thing that happened from pretty much Denton County all the way down to Houston and Galveston, yeah, that wasn't on anyone's radar. That was a complete and utter surprise. When that storm fired up over Denton, that was a surprise. It organizing into a serial derecho that cut 500,000 customers off power this evening, yeah, that wasn't forecast. And I mean, I can't really... That was because we had a boundary from storms in Kansas that weren't supposed to be there, shoot all the way down to Oklahoma this morning, and then on the Red River this afternoon. So that goes to show you, random storms that aren't supposed to happen in South Kansas at, 3 in the morning ended up causing the whole big old cluster of storms that fired up in Denton, Dallas, and then moved all the way down to Houston on I-45. That's what happens in the summertime months. Unfortunately, you get a northwest flow or northwest winds aloft, and the result is whatever forms upstream is going to keep on going. And I really would hope this does not happen again tomorrow. It looks less likely tomorrow, but we're probably going to have more storms to talk about tomorrow, just hopefully without the violent tornadoes, the 100-mile-an-hour winds, and we can deal with more summer-like storms, the ones that drop a wee bit of hail, localized microbursts 60 to 70, etc. Not the, violent killer tornadoes, the derechos, the long-lived complexes of 100-mile-an-hour winds and softballs. I'm as over it now as I was last week, and we were pretty over it last Thursday and Friday, and Saturday. And now we're over it again today, Wednesday. But again, a cluster of severe storms on Highway 180 from Snyder to Ruby to Longworth to just west of Anson, moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. This complex of storms will be crossing Interstate 20, pretty much from Colorado City to near the city of Abilene over the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And again, the overall tornado risk is decreasing, but we still have the potential for some damaging winds, hail, and again, here's a 1-hour loop. Here's a half-hour loop, just to look. And again, the radar signatures of, the super nasty winds, definitely not as bad as it was earlier. These green things, these are hail markers on the radar, just algorithm stuff. So again, moving south-southeast about 20, 25 miles an hour. And they could continue to do so for a while. We could see localized damaging winds, hail, maybe a spin-up tornado. But the wind threat's definitely the most concerning. Hail. And, you know, most short-term weather models say this stuff is going to be dying in the next couple hours. And it very well may. But until that happens, we're going to be here watching it because, well, I don't trust it. Again, yeah, those are just hail markers generated by the automated NextRad algorithm, and then the 60-minute storm tracks. So, I mean, for those of you wondering what's going on, everyone except the big country should be done with severe weather for tonight. Most data suggests this complex of storms is going to dissipate here in the next couple hours. I mean, but look, you see this stuff down here in the Concho Valley? I'm a little concerned we have a moisture access or some sort of a boundary that this complex is following. And, I mean, look, given how poor models have done, it is not completely out of the question that this complex of storms rides this boundary all the way down to the hill country tonight, through the eastern Concho Valley into the hill country by morning. I hope it dissipates here in the next few hours, but honestly, it's not a 0% chance this ends up continuing all night in a less intense form, but nevertheless, the eastern Concho Valley down into the hill country. For what it's worth, we just posted video of the Matador tornado on our YouTube channel. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, and you'll find it there, and it'll be ingested into our website here soon. All right. I understand. We have the chance for some rowdy storms tomorrow. We might have some again on Friday in the Panhandle in West Texas, maybe. And then that upper level heat dome that's attacking the state really builds in over the weekend, next week, the first week of July. And it's probably going to be as hot or even hotter than we've been. So, but there's some good news with that is considering how hot it's been. We're going to start losing some of this upper soil moisture quickly, and hopefully that means in the next 2 weeks we'll start to lose some of this humidity and excessively high dew points. The problem is once that happens, we're just going to start, warming up even more quickly, but it'll be less humid. So pick your poison. But the heat dome, it's going to get worse. It's going to probably be a very hot 4th of July. All right. All right. All right. So again, it is 11:40 p.m. on the 21st of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer, monitoring a complex of thunderstorms that is showing signs of weakening. I want to make that clear. I don't think this is as intense as it was 30, 60 minutes ago. That is approaching Interstate 20. from Colorado City to near the city of Abilene. Hail markers are coming down. The indicators of, crazy wind coming down. Rotation weakening, which hopefully means we'll be able to get rid of this tornado warning soon. Now, this is still a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60, 70, maybe even 80-mile-an-hour winds. We could still have golf ball size hail. No reports of a tornado in progress, and the rotation itself is weakening, which is good. But this storm is still capable of producing 60 to 70, 80-hour winds, probably closer to 60 to 70, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, especially here north of Trent, southwest of Anson, and can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado. Again, probably west of Anson. And we'll keep an eye on it. But that's good because the storm really looks like it wants to go into Abilene. Yes, I am starting to lag. But that's okay. For when it's laggy time, I take a 5 to 10 minute break, go eat a granola bar, and drink some more caffeine. In case you're wondering, see how the radar shows winds here only 15 miles an hour? Well, the Sweetwater Airport just measured a wind gust of 57 knots. 57 knots equates to about 65 to 66 miles an hour. So, clearly, still plenty of wind. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jones, Nolan, Taylor, Fisher counties until 12:30 a.m. That's good. That means hopefully this tornado warning will be gone soon. Severe thunderstorm located from, we'll just read a list. Located from near Bernecker to Longworth to Sylvester to McCully to Radium to Anson, moving southeast at about 30. This severe storm will be near Sweetwater around 11:45. It's already there, with the winds at least. Hawley around 11:50. Trent around 11:55. Merkel around midnight. Ty around 12:05. Dyess Air Force Base 12:10. Maryneal around 12:15. Wiley, Nolan, View, and Caps around 12:20. This includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 229 and 290. So again, pretty much this little cluster of storms, the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds. We could still have some quarter-size hail. Hail sizes really have come down. And again, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. I really do think the tornado threat is decreasing here. The tornado warning goes for another 2 minutes, but I do not believe we're going to have another tornado warning issued. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning does include the city of Abilene, down to Tuscola, Buffalo Gap, Potosi, all the way west on Interstate 20 through Ty, Merkel, Trent, Sweetwater, technically Colorado City, but it looks like it's probably going to stay east of Colorado City as it's turned more southeast. And again, this thunderstorm could produce winds up to 70 miles an hour, non-tornadic straight-line winds, the potential for quarter-size hail, heavy rainfall, but this storm is clearly calming down, at least in terms of the crazy severe weather we dealt with. So that's good news. That means those of you in Abilene, yes, you do have a severe thunderstorm with strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail coming in, but you do not have a storm with 110-mile-an-hour winds, a tornado, or softball-size hail, and that is good. And here in a minute or so, you'll see this big red box of doom disappear. In fact, technically, in about 4, 3, 2, 1... Continuous cloud-to-ground lightning is what you might be looking for. And again, we're still seeing surges of nasty straight-line winds being detected on radar west of Anson on 180, back towards the Fisher County line, Fisher-Jones County line, and those could be making their way down towards Merkel, Ty, and the city of Abilene, and even Anson, frankly, over the next several minutes. All right, but then again, no tornado warnings now. Severe storms moving southeast, which means it's time to take a little break. Now, we're not going to be going anywhere. You're just not going to hear my voice for a few minutes, and we're still going to be here. But again, Severe storm warning, with this complex of storms now moving southeast towards Dias, Merkel, Ty, Abilene, Anson. The potential for straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail. The potential for heavy rainfall, and a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. All right, here's the plan. We are going to take a little break in terms of my voice. We are going to be back here with a update by midnight, but otherwise, you're going to get to hear music for a few minutes. I'm going to go grab a snack, and we have no tornado warnings. So that's the good news. So we'll leave this on. And again, plan is we will be back here by midnight, sooner if needed. Otherwise, thank you to our mods who have been helping answer questions. Thank you to all those who have joined us on Discord. Thank you to all those who've been chatting with us this evening. We appreciate it. And again, the potential for 60, maybe 70 mile an hour straight line winds in spots, maybe some quarter-size hail, but these storms are showing a quick weakening trend, which is good. And hopefully we can keep it that way. And if so, maybe we'll be done with this by 12:30 to 1 a.m. Otherwise, heavy rain, quarter-size hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds locally, no more tornadoes, no more softball-size hail, no more 100 mile an hour winds. We'll be back by midnight, but if something happens, we'll be back sooner than that. All right, we'll get back to it. Starting to see a pretty good surge of wind now, coming up on 277 from Holly to Anson. I'm a little concerned about, so we're going to deal with this. This is not going to be tornadic, but this is going to be dangerous straight line winds. You can see that here. First off, go away, hail marker. Seeing winds that could be above 90 miles an hour now, just south of Anson and around Anson, all the way down Highway 277 to near Holly. And this is generally moving off to the east. Might be a microburst in progress on the north side of this thunderstorm or whatnot, but again, pretty good surge of wind showing up here. Not so much down on Interstate 20 to Sweetwater, but again, the potential for these to still have winds over 50 miles an hour coming into Abilene, Ty, Merkel, Trent, Sweetwater, as these storms move off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Again, here's the latest scan. You can see this thing remains quite potent. Pretty good little signature of damaging winds between Anson and Holly on Highway 277. The potential for these storms to produce winds over 70 miles an hour in this pocket. Again, for the most part, we're seeing winds closer to 50, 45, 50, 60 along I-20 from Sweetwater to Trent to Merkel to Ty coming into Abilene. Then we have this little microburst signature right now on Highway 277 between portions of Anson, essentially from Anson all the way down to 77 to Holly. And again, these storms generally moving off to the east-southeast at 30. Reports of tractor-trailers blown over near Sweetwater on Interstate 20 from that nasty north wind. I could see how that could be a crosswind issue. This actually starting to get worse. This is moving down 277 to Harley. We're now seeing winds closer to 100 miles an hour. So a very nasty straight line wind signature at this point coming into Holly on 277. The potential for hurricane force winds now over 80 miles an hour. This is definitely a problem and is moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Holly and Anson, you're probably getting whacked by some pretty angry winds right now. Back to Funston. Oh, Funston. Why must you enter my vocabulary again this spring? Y'all have had enough of this nonsense this spring with EF2 tornadoes and straight line winds and flooding and hail and now more wind. Funston, I don't know what y'all managed to do, but one of y'all have greatly pissed off Mother Nature. You may need to sacrifice some old underwear or something and burn it, because you guys have really done something to piss Mama Nature off. But again, Funston back west on 180 to Anson, south on 83/277 to Holly. The potential for winds well over 70 miles an hour with this section of thunderstorm. Again, that's generally moving towards Holly. May even get down to impact. We'll see, depending on how far south this little microburst decides to make it. Regardless, a lot of you in Abilene, Sweetwater, your phones are about to go chirpy chirpy because the Weather Service just upgraded the warning to 80 mile an hour straight line winds, which means the wireless emergency alert system is going to go off. So a lot of y'all are about to be like, what in the flippity boppity boo are we doing? And the answer to that is, it's windy, there's wind and dust. So again, let's be clear, not a tornado, but we do have a severe thunderstorm now capable of producing winds over 80 miles an hour near Hodges or Holly, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Back west on I-20, we could have winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. Moving off to the east-southeast, about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Again, the potential for a pretty nasty microburst in progress near Holly, which is why the warning got upgraded to 80 mile an hour winds and all of y'all's phones and stuff started squealing like a stuck pig. Again, winds not as that intense, probably on 20 from Sweetwater to Trent to Merkel to Ty to Abilene down to Buffalo Gap to Tuscola, but still strong winds, potential for maybe some quarter-size hail, blowing dust, and again, Holly, y'all are getting it right now. Y'all get the winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. And again, if you're in Holly, there is probably some very nasty wind ongoing right now. Could have winds over 80 miles per hour. And that generally would be moving down towards impact. I mean, if it keeps trying to trend south, that may make it into north sides of Abilene with some stronger damaging winds. Tie to Abilene to impact, y'all could be getting in some of this nasty wind near Holly as it kind of progresses south. And those would be stronger, probably north winds over 75 miles an hour. You can see the latest scan there in Holly. So if that microburst continues to trend south, those of you in impact, tie, north sides of Abilene are going to be getting stronger winds than you're getting right now. That is for sure. And again, looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see that there. This is not a tornado. Probably. This is damaging straight line winds. No tornado warnings. No baseball-size hail, but the potential for a microburst. What time was that? 0450. Sweetwater reported about a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust at 11:50 p.m. So again, even further west, where again doesn't look as impressive, we're seeing winds still over 70 miles an hour. So Trent, Merkel, Ty, Sweetwater, Abilene, y'all could have winds over 70 miles an hour over the next several minutes. And a even worse, nasty microburst, we could have winds over 90 miles an hour on Highway 83 near Holly right now, moving towards impact in the north sides of Abilene. Again, this is a little bit of a microburst that's just trying to be a pain in the butt. And it may make it the north sides of Abilene. Hopefully it will not. And again, we could also have some quarter-size hail and heavy rain with that. We've got the live scan on. Again, we'll kill the label there, but you can definitely see where we've got the worst winds. And this storm moving off to the southeast at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. And yeah, winds ahead of this, probably in Abilene, probably already pretty bad. Winds could get worse if this stuff near Holly ends up moving into town. But again, it's probably winds over 50 to 60 in Abilene now, blowing dust because it's getting there before the rain. Yeah. Scott, west of Holly, yeah, you were, you're getting some very strong winds right now. Again, we'll see what the weather stations down here end up measuring. Put the loop back on here. Again, winds 60, 70 miles an hour. It could cause some tree damage, knock some fences down, relocate some trampolines, power outages. All power out in Merkel. Thank you for that report. And yeah, unfortunately, this could knock out quite a bit of power. That seems to be the name of the game over the last week. Ever since that delayed show hit East Texas, we've just been getting more and more storms with more and more wind knocking out power. Switch back over. And again, we're just keeping an eye on this storm. Those strong winds now getting even closer to impact, about to move into the north sides of Abilene. So Abilene, it's about to get a lot worse, probably. We'll stop this loop. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, you can see Abilene, it's windy now, but you're about to get worse, probably. See, Holly, you could have winds probably closer to 80 miles an hour, and that's moving southeast towards city of Abilene. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. Here, So again, this is not a tornado. This is not big hail. This is a lot of strong wind. I know it's windy in Abilene now, but it's about to get worse. Could have winds well over 70 miles an hour, maybe up towards 80 at times. And again, that could result in power outages. Got the Weather Service and San Angelo just upgraded this to a 90-mile-an-hour warning. So again, the potential for winds of 90 miles an hour. Holly, impact, Abilene the next 10 minutes. So winds are about to get a lot worse. If you're in impact in Abilene, Holly, you could have winds up towards 90 miles an hour right now. And again, the worst of this is going to be around impact, Abilene, Holly. We could have winds closer to 70 back west around Sweetwater, Merkel, etc. But this is definitely a situation where the worst winds are going to be around the city of Abilene, up to 77, 82 towards Holly. Again, we'll get that new scan here in a second. You'll see if those winds progress to the southeast at all. And yeah, you can see they have. So Holly, we're still getting those winds. Still seeing winds over 80, close to 90, moving towards the north sides of Abilene and impact. So again, that's why your phone's set off for the wireless emergency alert. Back on the how hard to training mode, big old cluster around here. We'll switch to San Angelo, get a better look. You can see, again, big old cluster of storms on I-20 from Trent, Merkel, Ty, City of Abilene, up to Holly on 287, or 277 and 83, up towards Anson. Again, at this point, this is a big old windbag. Not tornadic, not really doing much hail, just a lot of wind. And again, this could cause power outages, start flinging trampolines around, knock some fences down, or take some roofs, honestly, depending on how bad the wind gets, especially around Anson and Holly. So, this wind may keep on going for a little while. And again, I'm just showing this wind mode because it seems to be a little better representation compared to the how hard it's raining mode. Even though we're getting strong winds out here on I-20 near Merkel and Trent, the radar is not getting a great look at that. This stuff around Holly, it is. But Abilene, the potential for 75 to 90 mile an hour winds over the next several minutes. Would be wise to be away from windows as that starts hitting, in case we start having some small stuff flying around and smacking into windows and breaking windows. We don't want anyone getting hurt by flying glass. Again, this is going to be a hurricane force wind event from Holly moving into the city of Abilene. Straight line winds, 70 to 90 miles an hour possible. I know it's been windy in Abilene for the last several minutes, but it could be getting worse here in just a moment. And again, we're getting reports of some strong winds across North Texas and Northwest Texas. Those aren't associated with severe storms, but what we're seeing are essentially some rain evaporating from anvil height, 30, 40, 50,000 feet. And as that evaporates and reaches the ground, it's causing stronger winds to be transferred down to the surface. We call it a wake low event. It just means a bunch of random high winds, not really in association with any rain or storms. So that might be ongoing across parts of North Texas, Texoma, and Northwest Texas. And again, some of that may even be ongoing down in the hill country in Central Texas. If you're getting strong winds and there's no storms nearby, that's probably it. It's much more likely to occur in the summer months with all this heat and humidity. It creates a bit more of an unstable air mass and is uh, still seeing indications of winds over 80 miles an hour north near Hawley, near Abilene. We'll zoom back out, and again, I'll just show you the how hard it's raining mode. Go back, play loop. Here you go. Good to see, just big old cluster of storms at this point. Not super cellular, not really, super intense, but at least in the hail department, but still a lot of wind, a lot of energy with this, and it's throwing out a lot of wind from Hawley down to Impact and Abilene. If it continues, this nasty wind's going to make it into Calhoun County, towards Clyde and Bayard and Putnam, maybe even up to Albany and Shackelford County over the next 30 minutes. Potential for some winds over 60 miles an hour. In fact, you can see that there. New severe thunderstorm warning just got put out for portions of Shackelfield and Calhoun counties. The Weather Service says 80-mile-an-hour winds possible, so that is going to result in the wireless emergency alerts going off. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. The city of Abilene all the way east on Interstate 20 towards Clyde, Bayard, Putnam, down to Roden, Cross Plains, up to Moran. And again, the potential for winds 50, 60, maybe 70, 80 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds, and not really much hail. Not really too worried about hail right now. Not worried about tornadoes, just a lot of wind being generated by this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast. At about 50 miles an hour. So again, maybe some nickel-sized hail, but a lot of wind. And again, that's why we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. That's why all your phones are going stuff like that. And again, this is the only severe storms we have in the state of Texas. We have rain ongoing across parts of the Victoria Crossroads, the coastal plains, the upper Texas coast, but no more severe weather with that. These are the only severe storms, and all goes well, these will be the only remaining severe storms we have to deal with this morning and tonight, until another round of possible storms later today and again on Friday. Though today looks much less active. Could still have some storms with gusty winds around the Houston metro again later today and this evening, but elsewhere it looks less active. Will it stay that way? We'll see. Mother Nature's not been kind over the last couple weeks, so we have to be ready for surprises. But again, that's what we're watching. That's what we're here keeping an eye on. Sometimes the radar likes to play tricks on us. I'm looking at some wind data off screen. So again, this is the only complex of severe storms we're dealing with early this morning. Potential for damaging straight line winds moving into the city of Abilene, up towards Impact, moving southeast at about 30 to 50 miles an hour towards Potosi, Elmdale, Clyde, Bayard, Moran, Putnam, Rodin, and Cross Plains. Again, could have localized winds of 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour. All right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to have some music. We'll keep everything else up. We're going to be here. If we need to come back before 12:30, we will, but otherwise, a quick 10-minute break. And again, we'll be back in less than 10 minutes. All right, good morning. It is the 22nd of June, Thursday morning, 12:30 a.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David-Reimer. We continue to monitor a complex of slowly weakening thunderstorms making their way into eastern portions of the big country now. These storms have produced measured winds of about, well, I was going to say about 55 to 60 miles an hour, but Abilene Municipal just reported a 73-mile-an-hour wind gust, so that makes sense. That was at about 5 minutes ago, so apparently we are getting winds up near about 70 to 75 miles an hour now on the east side of Abilene over to Elmdale, riding I-20 east towards Clyde, Baird, and Putnam. Now, the good news is, in terms of the nasty wind, we're seeing less of a signature on radar now of that, and hopefully that means we'll be able to, I don't say, well, chair, that was spooky. Don't like that. Behave, but if we can keep this towards 60 to 70 mile an hour winds over a localized area, that would be a whole lot better than 90 mile an hour winds or flying softballs. Not really dealing with a hail issue at this point. Maybe some very small hail at times, but otherwise these storms are mostly either steady state or slowly weakening. And again, they do have the ability to produce localized winds over 70 miles an hour. There's a lot of wind with them, no doubt. We're going to zoom out. We've actually got a couple of stormies that have fired up across portions of the eastern Concho Valley and Hill Country. Now, these are behaving themselves, for now at least. Plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some gusty winds, small hail, not seeing anything worse than that at this point. But we are going to have to keep an eye on them just in case. That might be along some sort of a warm air advection boundary or gradient that these storms near Abilene may try to ride southeast on. And if that happens, we may see the potential for some stormy mischief continue well into the night as these make their way towards the eastern big country, maybe even the hill country. And if that were to happen, couldn't totally rule out some damaging winds, a bit of hail, etc., and plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But again, strongest winds will be exiting Abilene shortly to the east. Abilene will be quieting down here by probably 1 a.m. as storms exit to the east. Sweetwater's already calmed down with a beautiful temperature of 68 degrees, gusty north winds, and there may still be gusty winds behind these storms, what we call wake low, or just pretty much winds being dragged down to the surface. So, with that being said, we're still going to be keeping an eye on things, but for the most part, we are behaving more than we were. Still the potential for some winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour in places like Elmdale, Clyde, Bayard, down towards Potosi, Loudoun, and Cross Plains of Putnam over the next 30 minutes. But hopefully, we will be able to calm things down. You'll note we have some, if I switch here to the Fort Worth radar, actually here, let's just do this. A little bit of light rain, Denton County, Wise County, Parker County. Nothing severe, though those may be dragging some gusty winds down to the surface. No hail, no tornadoes, no hurricane force winds, just some rain, maybe a couple of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, perhaps some gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. Otherwise, we're going to be keeping an eye on things here at the as I play with my camera. And we're going to be here. Let me turn this off. We'll actually take a statewide view real quick and take a peek we have going on. And again, you can see some showers, North Texas. Those could be dragging down gusty winds. Severe storms exiting Anson, Hawley, Abilene, and Buffalo Gap over the next several minutes, moving off to the east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Potential for localized wind gust up to 60 miles an hour. Then we've got some isolated to scattered stormies popping up from Brady to Llano. Those could have small hail, gusty winds, cloud-to-ground lightning. Looks like some may be trying to fire up here in the hill country. Not expecting a widespread severe weather threat with these, but can't rule out a little bit of hail and gusty winds, and they're probably going to be shooting off cloud-to-ground lightning, just like it was the 4th of July and fireworks. So that may freak a few people out. Otherwise, the final storms across the Victoria Crossroads coastal plains, moving off the coast, that first round of storms that brought damaging winds from Corsicana, then all the way down to Houston, well out into the Gulf of Mexico now. So, that being said, we're going to do our next severe weather update here at 1 a.m. If all goes well, that'll be the last one of the night. If all doesn't go well, we're still going to be here. But I prefer to go get my 6-mile walk in here at some point, so hopefully storms will continue calming down. We'll be keeping an eye on things here, and you can do the same. In the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, I broke the webcam. Before we leave, we got to fix the webcam. Hola. So, before we bid adieu for the next 20 minutes or so, again, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and multiple weather radars in it, your local weather forecasts, storm chasing video, and live streaming severe weather coverage. Again, we'll have our next severe weather update around 1 a.m. Perhaps it'll be the last one of the night, perhaps not. That'll be up to Mother Nature to decide. We'll be keeping an eye on things. If we need to, we'll return before 1 a.m. All right, good evening. It is 12:50 a.m. on the 22nd of June, 2023, Thursday morning. Got some good news. These storms around Abilene to Bear down to Goldsboro definitely are continuing to weaken. They're looking much more like your simple, I should say, summer thunderstorms. Threat for damaging winds, maybe still around 60 miles an hour. No hail core. Heavy rainfall, cloud to ground lightning. Assuming that trend continues, hopefully these storms will continue to weaken over the next hour. No longer seeing any indications of tornadoes, hurricane force winds, or any hail whatsoever. Across the state of Texas, we continue to monitor a couple of thunderstorms with a lot of cloud to ground lightning from just east of Brady, southeast through Valley Spring, Llano, and Oxford. Those storms could have some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. Can't totally rule out a severe thunderstorm warning with that, but again, hopefully it's just some nighttime thunderstorms that are going to wake folks up with lightning and nothing worse. A couple of showers here in DFW Metroplex that may be mixing down some wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, and then the final rains moving off the Victoria Crossroads and the Coastal Bend after storms earlier this morning. Given the decreasing intensity of thunderstorms and the expectation that will continue, it is time to conclude our severe weather coverage for this Wednesday evening, the 21st of June, 2023. We'll continue to send our thoughts and prayers to those impacted by the deadly tornado in Matador, along with all the crews that have been mobilized to assist in search and rescue. A lot of folks still without power tonight, over 400,000 last I checked. And with another hot day ahead, this could become quite a problem. So hopefully folks are able to find cooling centers, and we'll keep tabs on that as well. That being said, if any sort of mischief does arise, we'll be back, but here's hoping you don't have to see me again until the typical Texas Weather Roundup by 7 a.m. later this morning. You can watch that on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and website. So with that being said, we are going to wind down for the night. Still keep an eye on things, but hopefully we're done. That being said, thank you for tuning in for just about 7 hours of live severe weather coverage. Here's hoping we don't have to do this again this spring or summer because we're tired of it, as I'm sure many of you are as well. Y'all have a great night or a good morning, and God bless.